The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 6, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Ezell to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize member from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of Women's History Month, and specifically in celebration of the Black women who have shaped the fabric of our nation, often without much acknowledgement or praise. As co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on Black Women and Girls, I am deeply committed to correcting these historical injustices and ensuring that Black women and girls are given the recognition and the resources that they deserve. Black women and girls deserve every possible chance to thrive in school, at work, and in all phases of life. For centuries, Black women have been the hidden figures, the unsung heroes, who have steered our nation through social revolutions, critical periods of growth, and eras of innovation. From the civil rights movement to the labor movement, Black women have time and time again pushed the needle of progress forward. I want to acknowledge two exemplary trailblazers who I often credit as inspiration for my own work to build a better world. Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman elected to the United States Congress and the first woman to run for the presidency, embodied the spirit of courage and resilience. She was truly unbought and unbossed. She fought back against racism and sexism and never listened when someone told her that she couldn't achieve her dreams. She was a beacon of hope for those of us with an unwavering commitment to justice. Barbara Jordan, the first Black woman elected to the Texas Senate and the first Southern Black woman elected to the United States House of Representatives, made history in countless ways. She brought the issues of her communities to the forefront and ensured that Congress invested in Black women. She rose above partisanship and spoke truth in the halls of power. Today, as I speak in this chamber, I stand on their shoulders. But let us not forget, whether in the halls of Congress, academia, in the corporate world, or in my case, my entrepreneurial grandmother and my activist mother, there are many shoulders that we can stand on. Women's History Month serves as a poignant reminder that the contributions of Black women must be amplified and celebrated, ensuring their rightful place in the annals of our nation's history. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, a British container ship was sunk by an Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in the Gulf of Aden. This attack is yet another example of how, under President Biden's weak and ineffective leadership, our adversaries have been emboldened and our allies have been left vulnerable. Last year, President Biden agreed to release more than $6 billion to Iran, effectively providing more funds and resources to the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. This is unacceptable, and it shows that yet again President Biden is unwilling and unable to provide the leadership that Americans want and that Americans need. When U.S. ships were threatened with sustained rocket attacks, the Biden administration waited weeks to respond, only further emboldening these terrorist groups to continue their aggression. It's time to return to leadership that embodies President Ronald Reagan's call of peace through strength. The American people simply cannot afford a president that fails to keep America safe. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in his State of the Union speech tomorrow night, President Biden will be forced to confront the growing threat posed by an open and porous southern border. In the month of January, more than 176,000 illegal immigrants attempted to enter the United States. That was on the heels of the month of December, when more than 300,000 illegal immigrants again crossed the southern border. Because of the open border policies championed by President Biden and enacted by Secretary Mayorkas, these illegal immigrants were bused to our major cities. The consequences of this decision have been felt in nearly every community in the United States. Schools have been converted into shelters for illegal immigrants. In places like New York City and Denver, government services have been scaled back, and city employees, like librarians, have seen their hours cut in order to provide handouts to people who are in the United States illegally. And at a time when more than 300 suspected terrorists have attempted to enter the U.S., President Biden has thrown open our gates and encouraged this crisis to continue. Ending catch and release, giving our Border Patrol agents the tools and resources that they need, and resuming construction of the border wall are vital to keeping our nation safe. It is time for President Biden to reverse his disastrous border policies and put a stop to this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week heralds Virgin Islands History Month. It is the beginning of a month-long celebration in the Virgin Islands of our history. My being on the House floor as a representative representing my people of the Virgin Islands is the culmination of generations of people's work. My presence here is built upon the indomitable spirit of Virgin Islanders whose legacies are woven into the very fabric of our culture, marked by their bravery, visionary leadership, and profound sacrifice. Our homeland is a mosaic of rich cultures and a history as diverse of its people. A history that is not just defined by the actions of a select few, but a legacy that elevates the collective greatness of all Virgin Islanders. Above all, we are about self-determination that has been chronicled of epic feats. As early as 2020 BC, the Virgin Islands was originally settled by pre-Columbian indigenous groups. In 1493, we had a first instance of self-determination on our island, as Columbus's expedition encountered strong resistance from a Caribou party at Salt River Bay on the island of St. Croix, preventing his men from establishing a foothold. Over the next 200 years, control of the islands shifted among various European nations. The Carib fought colonization, launched relentless raids until they were completely eradicated by 1590. This enduring resistance is a hallmark of our ancestral legacy. During 1733, the enslaved also uprised on the island of St. John. The Akwamu kings and Queen Brefu of present-day Ghana galvanized enslaved people on St. John to seize control of the island for over 6 months in their pursuit of self-liberation. This valiant act of defiance forced the Danish authorities to call the Spanish Armada and the French fleet to quell the rebellion and reassert control. This weekend, we celebrated their decision to commit collective suicide rather than go back into slavery. The burning desire for freedom and the belief that such should be a birthright, no matter the fabricated classification of their oppressors, was not lost in the passing of time. On the island of St. Croix in 1848, enslaved individuals initiated an armed insurrection that ultimately led to their emancipation. This act of strategic ingenuity positioned the Virgin Islands of one of only 2 instances in the Western Hemisphere where enslaved people successfully fought for and gained their freedom through an organized revolt. Although Virgin Islanders have attained liberation, they soon discovered that their emancipation and equality were not synonymous. And in 1878, in a revolt over labor laws, which left them pretty much as enslaved peoples living on plantations, a rebellion was led by what we call Queens Mary, Matilda, Queen Agnes, and Queen Susanna. Even though the movement resulted in bloodshed, their deaths were not in vain. Their struggles and sacrifices for improved working conditions served as a foundational influence on the 1892 coal workers' strike, spearheaded by Queen Keziah. This was a pivotal source of inspiration to stand against oppression and fight for greater opportunities. We continue to fight in the Virgin Islands, and although we still face hardships, such as our continued battle to attain the fundamental and constitutional rights denied by the insular cases, rights that are given to all Americans except those who live in territories, we are in an era that will be a catalyst to spur on the next revolution. To stop now, even for a moment, would be a sacrilege to the countless sacrifices and bloodshed of our ancestors. We mustn't take for granted the gifts that they have given us through their bloodshed. We must fight on for full equality, self-determination, and our own liberation. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow this chamber will host President Biden as he delivers his 3rd State of the Union address. He'll likely tout his anti-energy agenda and out-of-control government spending that has resulted in crippling inflation not seen in decades, since I was a senior in high school. He will also attempt to blame congressional Republicans for his own failure to secure our borders, which, as most Americans know, is a crisis caused by this president. In a rare recent visit to the border in Brownsville, Texas, President Biden expressed a dire need for Republicans to, quote, show a little spine and pass legislation. Some of the folks living in that border town saw straight through the visit. One resident put it best, by a stroke of the pen, he said, you could stop this. You don't need Congress. Others called the visit too little, too late. I couldn't agree more. This isn't just an important issue for the folks living along the border. In fact, this issue is the #1 issue facing the country. It's an issue in my home state where 50 Tennessee National Guard soldiers volunteered recently to deploy to the southern border to help Border Patrol officials combat drug, crime, and human trafficking. Tennessee is known as the volunteer state because of its deep tradition of volunteer military service, a nickname that comes with a lot of pride. It's just unfortunate that 50 men and women are having to do what the president could do but won't, and work to secure the border. This is a self-inflicted crisis that has turned every state, including my own state of Tennessee, into a border state. The president halted border wall construction and ended the successful Remain in Mexico program. Since taking office, he's also admitted more than 1 million illegal immigrants into the country in a blatant abuse of the executive parole authority that Congress had granted to the executive branch. Despite having no way of tracking many of these people, the Biden administration continues this historic catch and release scheme. It sends a message to the rest of the world that our borders are open. None of these disastrous policies require an act of Congress, just as reversing them won't require new legislation. There have been more than 8.7 million illegal border crossings nationwide under President Biden, more than 7.2 million crossings at the southern border alone. That's greater than the population of 36 states in our nation. More than 20,000 communist Chinese nationals have illegally crossed the southern border just since October 1st of last year. They made up the fastest growing demographic entering our country illegally. You don't need a spy balloon if you can just walk right into the country. For 35 months in a row under this administration, the number of illegal immigrants encountered at our southern border was higher than the worst month under the previous president, President Trump. We're on track to break more records this fiscal year, as CBP has already reported more than 1 million encounters. I'd argue we no longer have a border crisis in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have a border catastrophe. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, Oppenheimer is expected to win multiple Oscars. In the film, we watch the pain and guilt in J.R. Oppenheimer's face when he heard what the atomic bomb did to the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What the film didn't show, and the story that remains untold, is how thousands of New Mexican families were exposed to harmful amounts of radiation. We didn't see how radioactive ash rained down on children, families, and farms from that first atomic bomb tested in New Mexico. We didn't see the tears and pain as those families saw their loved ones die of cancers and rare diseases tied to radiation exposure. So I want to present this film one more award. The award for the most incomplete story, for the countless American lives lost as a result of the Trinity test. But Congress can write a better ending to this story. A bipartisan coalition of senators and representatives, we have amendments to the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which would finally compensate New Mexico downwinders and uranium workers, as well as workers in Missouri, Alaska, Kentucky, and Tennessee, and downwinders in other states who were left out of that original Radiation Compensation Act. Earlier this year, these amendments were included in the NDAA as passed by the Senate. Sadly, Republican leadership, for some inexplicable reason, stripped these amendments from the final NDAA. But today, soon, Congress can write a happier ending. We can now include it in our future funding bills. Let's write an ending that honors those who sacrificed everything for our national security. Congress can do it. I call on my colleagues to join this bipartisan effort for justice. Mr. Speaker, as we begin Women's History Month, we must remember something historic that has happened to women and to women's freedoms. For 50 years, women enjoyed limited, but it was certain reproductive freedoms. A Trump-packed Supreme Court overturned that history, overturned Roe v. Wade, and all of a sudden history, a sad history, was made when the first time in history women lost an essential right. We are going back to a very sad time when women cannot make decisions about how and when and if to have a family without governmental interference. We are going back to a sad time in history when women who were suffering complications from pregnancy, who were suffering miscarriages, cannot get health care, but instead get handcuffs. We are suffering a sad time in history when IVF is now prohibited in places like Alabama. And let us remind everybody, almost 200 Republicans in this very chamber have voted for, have co-sponsored legislation which mirrors the Alabama law, which prohibits IVF. As we begin Women's History Month, let's not turn back the clock on women's progress. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Bruce Redmond on becoming the 2024 Georgia Farmer of the Year. Bruce owns Shiloh Farms, which is a 2,800-acre farm located in Effingham County, consisting of wet and dry lands. Larry Redmond passed down the art of farming to his son, instilling in him the essential skills and values needed to cultivate the land. Bruce is a very successful farmer, having been named the Young Farmer of the Year for Effingham County, Georgia Outstanding Young Farmer, and Effingham County Friend of 4-H. Shiloh Farms is one of the 3 certified TIF Quick growers in the world and the largest producer of Bahia grass seed in the Southeast. The University of Georgia's Cooperative Extension named Bruce as Farmer of the Year because of his cooperation with conservation research initiatives and dedication to sustainable farming. He will represent Georgia in competing for Southeastern Farmer of the Year in October. I wish him luck, and I thank Bruce for his dedication to Georgia agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Joy Povick. Joy grew up in Savannah, Georgia, where she graduated from Robert W. Groves High School and went on to earn a degree from Drons Business College. Joy and her husband, Michael, lived in many different states, during which Joy held a variety of positions. After working in real estate, Joy went on to work for Lockheed Martin as a technical writer during the Space Shuttle program. Joy was also an active member of her community. She was a dedicated member of the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist, the Chatham County Republican Party, and the Frau Bell Circle. In 2009, she was honored with the J.C. Lewis Outstanding Republican of the Year Award by Chatham County. Joy also served as a delegate to many local and state Republican conventions, and she was proud to attend the second inauguration of George W. Bush. My thoughts and prayers go out to her and to her husband of 55 years, her children, grandchildren, and all those others who loved her. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize John Forbes for being designated as the Grand Marshal for the 2024 St. Patrick's Day Parade in Savannah. For his service and community involvement, the Savannah community is proud to extend Forbes the opportunity to serve as the face of the St. Patrick's Day Parade on its 200th anniversary. Forbes is continuing a family legacy by serving in the St. Patrick's Day ceremony. His father, John Forbes Jr., was the St. Patrick's Day Committee Chairman in the early 1990s and was selected as Grand Marshal for the 1998 celebration. Following the example set by his father, Forbes became involved in the St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee in the 1980s and was subsequently named the General Chairman for the committee in 2007. Though filled with fun activities, the parade has a deeper meaning for Forbes. The holiday is one of remembrance and fellowship as locals and visitors gather to reflect on the area's Irish ancestry. Forbes is a true community man, embodying the current celebration and preserving the meaning and purpose of its history. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mark Hendricks for recently being named Superior Court Judge for the Atlantic Judicial Circle. Established by the Georgia General Assembly, the 6-county circuit covers Liberty, Long, Bryan, Evans, McIntosh, and Tattnall counties. Hendricks received a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida in 1995. In the years prior, he earned his Juris Doctor from Mercer's Walter F. George School of Law in 1999. His past work and experience illustrate that he is a valuable addition to the judicial system. Along with starting his private practice, Hendricks has served as Solicitor General for Liberty County, Long County, and Richmond Hill. He also served for nearly a decade as an Assistant District Attorney for the Atlantic Judicial Circuit. Hendricks' acceptance for the nomination demonstrates his commitment to the legal field, where he has already amassed an impressive 23 years of experience. I would like to thank Mr. Hendricks for working to serve his community, and I look forward to witnessing his future success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the inclusion of community project funding in the bipartisan appropriations package that Congress will vote on this week. The appropriations process, known as community project funding, is what I consider to be good government working for the people. It's a process that takes our federal tax dollars and puts them directly back into our communities. Since serving in Congress, it's been my mission to bring federal dollars home to my constituency. The community project funding process has allowed me to do that successfully. Over the past 2 years, I secured a total of $44 million for 25 projects in the 6th District of North Carolina. That funding supported projects like one-on-one tutoring in public schools, first responder system upgrades, the building of greenways, child care expansion, small business incubators, and much more. For this fiscal year, I submitted 15 projects for consideration. I'm very excited to announce that I secured funding for all 15 projects, a total of $15 million for the 6th District. And I'm proud to say that every corner of the 6th District is included, with initiatives in Guilford, Forsyth, Caswell, and Rockingham counties. These investments will boost economic development, improve public safety, create workforce training programs, support local farmers, complete infrastructure programs, and improve affordable housing options. I want to take a moment to highlight just a few of the initiatives that will be receiving funding once this package is signed into law. Guilford County Schools will receive $850,000 for a workforce development program to prepare workers for advanced manufacturing jobs related to electric vehicles. Advanced manufacturing training is particularly important in my community, where we have a Toyota electric vehicle battery plant and other electric vehicle manufacturers bringing good-paying jobs to the area. This program will help local students build the necessary skills to take on these jobs after high school graduation. Rockingham Community College will receive federal funding to create an advanced manufacturing training facility on campus. In Gibsonville, the fire department will receive funding to purchase a new laddered fire truck. The city of Winston-Salem will be able to expand their behavioral evaluation and response team, a rapid response program for mental health and substance abuse 911 calls. These projects are prime examples of how government can work directly for the American people. I'd like to thank our Democratic leaders, Hakeem Jeffries and Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro, for fighting to make sure these community funding projects are included in the appropriations package. I'm looking forward to voting for the appropriations package this week, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in the House and the Senate to join me in voting for this package and get it quickly to President Biden's desk. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 2 minutes and I ask for unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor World War II veteran Mr. Henry Sienkiewicz of Syracuse, New York. Mr. Sienkiewicz is the son of Polish immigrants and has lived his entire life in his hometown of Syracuse. Mr. Sienkiewicz served his country as a bombardier on a B-17 named the Saint in Europe during World War II. He completed 35 brave missions with the 384th Bombardment Group of the 545th Squadron. On one such mission on July 19, 1944, the crew was targeting a hydrogen peroxide and chemical plant in Munich, Germany. Mr. Sienkiewicz recalls shells hitting the B-17 from every which way. He recalls how several of his fellow crew members were wounded, including the navigator, and how he helped save the lives of everyone on the plane when he stepped in and navigated them all back to safety. When faced with danger, Mr. Sienkiewicz did not cower in fear, but rather did what needed to be done to keep fighting. Upon his return from the war, Mr. Sienkiewicz still felt the call to serve and did so for 30 years as captain of the Syracuse Fire Department. During his time at the fire department, Mr. Sienkiewicz was known for his bravery and leadership. It was even awarded a medal for saving a man from the second story of a burning home. While it wasn't easy work, Mr. Sienkiewicz felt rewarded by the opportunity to help his fellow neighbors and ensure the safety of his community. Even with all this, Mr. Sienkiewicz still wanted to do more. For over 50 years, he sold poppy flowers outside of supermarkets to raise money to help support his fellow veterans and their families with medical and financial needs. Remembering that in Flanders fields, the poppies blow between the crosses, row on row. And to you from failing hands we throw the torch, be yours to hold it high. We shall not rest, though poppies grow in Flanders fields. That poem really touches on his act of service. Mr. Sienkiewicz dedicated his life in an inspiring way, and we can all learn something from his story. I commend him for his brave and selfless service to our great nation, his community, and to his fellow veterans. It is a privilege to recognize him today, and I wish him many more joyful years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to shine a spotlight on a truly extraordinary woman, my good friend and amazing District Chief of Staff, Colleen Pober. Today is Colleen's birthday, and I am delighted to recognize her on this special occasion. Colleen is not only a leader in my office, but she is a leader in Oakland County, Michigan, and throughout the Metro Detroit region. As a lifelong Michigander, Colleen is a proud, if not the proudest, graduate of the University of Michigan. She graduated with a degree in French and obtained the ability to speak the language fluently. And of course, she has an undying passion for Michigan football. Whether in the stadium or in her living room, she can be found avidly cheering on the Wolverines during every single game, and of course, adorning her U of M paraphernalia. Suffice to say, last fall was a pretty good one for Colleen when U of M were the undefeated champions. Since graduating, in reality, if not in spirit, Colleen has spent her extraordinary career making life better for the people of Michigan. Colleen's contributions as a businesswoman and a public servant are truly too numerous to count, but here are just a few. If you've ever flown through the Detroit airport and gotten something to eat, that's thanks to Colleen, who who developed the award-winning buffet of concession options at DTW. If you've ever had a beer in Michigan, that's thanks to Colleen. She kept bars open and legally serving after being appointed by Governor Jennifer Granholm to the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. And of course, if you're a constituent in Michigan's 11th district and have ever had a federal government case solved, well, that's thanks to Colleen, who oversees our exceptional casework program and has helped the team return thousands of dollars to Michiganders' pockets. And yes, she even regularly picks up the phone in our office to engage and talk with constituents directly. No task is too big or too small for Colleen. Colleen has also worked in the private sector, where she served as Vice President of Strategic Public Affairs and as Director of the new product launch strategies for the CompuWare Corporation, as well as the Director of External Relations and Economic Development for Ameritech Michigan. Colleen has also worked tirelessly to represent her community as a member of the Plymouth City Commission for over a decade, in addition to chairing the Plymouth Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, serving on the Plymouth Economic Development Corp, and overseeing the fire department that serves the communities of Northville and Plymouth. If there is an arcane or overly complicated municipal president, Colleen has the ability to explain it and already knows all about it. When she's not making Oakland County run, Colleen is also a mom to college-age twins, Carolyn and Will. Whether visiting Carolyn in England or cheering on Will at a game, Colleen is a woman on the move. She's a dedicated friend, sister, and public servant. She's whip smart and has a one-liner for every situation. She makes us all laugh regularly and makes sure we're up to date on Michigan sports stats. And she's truly a Renaissance woman, a role model, and a leader. Colleen's drive and dedication to Oakland County are just unmatched. And she's clearly not someone to rest on her laurels. She's got a heart for Michigan and a head for business, and I couldn't be luckier that she is on my team. I truly could not imagine these terms in Congress without her counsel, advice, and willingness to talk to me on the phone or in person, no matter the hour. So Colleen, on your special day, from all of us in Oakland County and here in the Congress, happy birthday. As the Washington Post or Wall Street Journal has recognized people born in your birth year, you continue to redefine norms and transform society. So here are to many more years of making life just a little bit better for the people of Michigan. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of my friend, Mr. Pat O'Toole, a Wyoming cattle and sheep rancher and hay grower whose deeply rooted passion for agriculture and love for his community and state will never be forgotten. I first met Pat when he served with my father in the Wyoming House of Representatives. He championed numerous agricultural issues during his time in the state legislature and with the many organizations that he was a part of. He worked with several governors' administrations to advocate for agriculture on the state level and testified before the U.S. House of Representatives and U.S. Senate on multiple occasions. Pat was one of the first individuals to ever call my congressional office. He did so seeking help for farmers and ranchers in southwestern Wyoming who were experiencing record amounts of snow and winter kill. Because of his efforts working with state and federal leaders, a state of emergency was declared for the impacted area. Pat, along with his wife Sharon and their family, operated Ladder Ranch in the Little Snake River Valley and were the recipients of the 2014 Wyoming Leopold Environmental Stewardship Award. Ladder Ranch has been in Sharon's family since 1881, 9 years before Wyoming even became a state, and is an excellent tribute to the O'Toole's devotion to agriculture and conservation. Pat loved his neighbors, cared for his community and state, and sacrificed his time to bless the lives of others. He passed away peacefully on February 25th, leaving behind a legacy of selfless service that will be forever cherished by those who knew him. I urge all my colleagues to join me in remembering the life of Mr. Pat O'Toole. I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Sergeant Nevada Krinke, a Wyomingite who courageously defended our country and whose selfless service to his community will be remembered for generations. Sergeant Krinke dedicated his life to serving others and was a proud member of the 82nd Airborne Division of the U.S. Army during the global war on terror. During his 8 years in the Army, Sergeant Krinke earned the rank of Staff Sergeant and was awarded numerous accolades, including the Afghanistan Campaign Medal, Army Commendation Medal, Army Achievement Medal, Combat Infantryman Badge, and his Jumpmaster Wings. Following his time in the Army, Sergeant Krinke joined the Sheridan Police Department as a police officer, where he quickly rose in the ranks to patrol sergeant. Sergeant Krinke cared deeply for his community, our great state, and his wife Carla and daughter Bella. Although Bella may not remember her father, she will grow up knowing that his heroic actions protected the lives of all those around her. Sergeant Krinke's integrity, selflessness, and leadership will always be remembered by his colleagues and community. On February 13th, Sergeant Krinke tragically lost his life while serving and protecting his community. I urge all my colleagues to join me in remembering the life of Sergeant Nevada Krinke. I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Mr. Kelly Krause, a Wyomingite whose love for his neighbors and the culinary arts will continue to live on through all who knew him. Just as Wyoming will continue to cherish him for many years to come. Kelly was a remarkable individual whose presence graced the lives of everyone he came across. Kelly, along with his wife Lynette, owned a local Jackson eatery called the Virginian Restaurant, where his passion for his community was evident by all who visited. He always greeted every guest with a smile and made them feel as if they were right at home. On March 1st, Kelly tragically lost his life in a skiing accident. As his family, friends, and the Jackson community mourn his passing, please know that my sincere prayers and thoughts are with you. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in remembering the wonderful life of Kelly Krause and standing with his loved ones during these difficult times. I rise today to recognize Goshen County Irrigation District's 100 years of dedicated service to Wyoming water users. The district covers hundreds of miles of laterals, drains, and canals and delivers water to over 52,000 acres of farmland in my state. It maintains and operates a portion of the Fort Laramie Canal in partnership with the Gearing-Fort Laramie Irrigation District, improving the lives of farmers, ranchers, and everyone who lives in the region. Its work is absolutely vital to the prosperity of these local communities. Unfortunately, in July of 2019, tunnel number 2 on the Fort Laramie Canal collapsed, impacting more than 100,000 production acres in Wyoming and Nebraska and causing $89 million in economic impact. Updating and repairing this collapsed tunnel has been an incredibly arduous process, and there is still so much more work to be done. However, Goshen Irrigation District was both resourceful and quick to respond. Its efforts have helped Wyoming to optimize water usage, balancing the needs of agriculture, industry, and the environment more effectively. It has been instrumental in mitigating the challenges of water in the West. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in celebrating Goshen Irrigation District's 100 years of development and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk to you a little bit more about California water and what it means to the whole country. Now, we see here, there's President Biden enjoying some ice cream there, as he's known to do. Well, ice cream comes from where? Dairy products. So we need cows in order to make the dairy products, to make cream, milk, butter, things like that, part of which you would use to produce ice cream, which almost everybody enjoys, right? So our dairies in this country need to be supported. They need to not be exported to some other place to make basic things like milk and cream. So California, home of very happy cows, as it said. Getting less happy, though, because they're having to move to Arizona and places like that due to our own state's horrific regulations. But still, many strong dairies in the upper Midwest and the Northeast, all over the country, really. So we need cows for ice cream and for milk. Pretty basic. We have to remind people that sometimes. What do cows need? They need feed. We need to grow the feed in our agricultural places all around the country, in our fields, in every state. So without these feed, without this forage, we can't feed the cows, and we don't get ice cream. Where do we get the feed? We have to have land, and we have to have a water supply. Like this lake here, this depicts San Luis Reservoir in Central California, which right now is about, I think about 68 or 70% full, and should be taking advantage of all this massive rainfall and snowpack that might be melting already in some areas, flowing downhill out through the delta. They have a couple sets of pumps there that could be running, filling this and topping it off. It's not easy to top this reservoir off every single year. We were fortunate it got done last year, sometimes despite the water management we have in government, because there was so much water available, they were actually able to run the pumps long enough to fill the reservoir up to about its 2 million acre-foot capacity. So we have a ways to go to fill this reservoir in order to have the strongest possible position for agriculture going into this year. So we have dairies, so we have grain, so we have many other ag products that California is famous for growing. So let's top off San Luis Reservoir. Let's get these pumps turned on to full blast while we have all this rain, all this runoff coming down the hill. Instead, we have millions of acre feet of water that are escaping to the ocean. Millions. We don't have a water shortage in California. We have a management intelligence shortage. That's the problem. I have Lake Oroville and Lake Shasta in my district, and they're both about 600,000 to 700,000 acre feet short of being full as we watch them run the spillways pretty strongly and let water out. Yes, I know they have to keep a gap at the top for flood control, but they're not using modern thinking on doing that. They need to be able to bring that every day between now and April 1 is one less day of possible rain and possible inflow. So they're looking at it as if we're going to overtop perhaps, but if they don't get these lakes full by June 1 or so, then we're going to leave water on the table, so to speak, and leave agriculture out to dry. Next poster, please. So what do we do in order to increase water supply in California? A couple things are going on. And thankfully, in this appropriations package coming up is $200 million of federal money for Sites Reservoir in Northern California, which would, once finally built, add 1.5 million acre feet to the state's water supply. We could have been filling it right now with all the runoff. We'd have probably 80% full if we had that facility there already. We could have been filling it several times over the last few years. We'd lose the opportunity because they're hemming and hawing in Sacramento, and lawsuits keep coming, and we have to talk about it and study it more. When I took a tour of that 15 years ago, they said, if you can't build it here environmentally, you can't build one anywhere. This here is Shasta Dam near Redding in Northern California, Shasta County. And this is a part of the federal CVP project that was built many years ago. This holds 4.5 million acre feet when full. Right now it's down, as I said, about 800,000 acre feet from capacity. Yes, I understand you have to leave some room for flood capacity before the end of the season. But they're actually letting the water go down until the last day or so. So are they guaranteeing that this lake is going to be full, that last 700,000 acre feet by the end of the rainy season? I'm not sure. We also have an opportunity on top of that, including building Sites Reservoir. We can also raise Shasta Dam about 18.5 feet and add 640,000 acre feet or so of new space. That space, if it was there right now, even if it doesn't fill, would mean they're not having to dump the water right now, because you'd have that extra capacity, that gap, for flood control. We would not be dumping and wasting this water. We would be, and on top of that, there's people in the Central Valley, while they're watching this water being dumped, that are going to get only 15% of the requested water right of what they asked for. We need to build these. Please follow the California Water for Food and People movement on Facebook if you want to follow up and learn in plain language on social media how this works. It's really good, a really good source that anybody can understand. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I've dedicated my career to making the federal government a better partner for livable communities. Those are places where families are safe, healthy, and more economically secure. And one of the most important tools in making a community livable is the promotion of historic preservation. It's more than just preserving landmarks or putting up plaques. The historic preservation movement has resulted in preserving over 45,000 historic buildings that celebrate and inform our heritage and our past. Historic preservation helps us understand who we are, where we were, and what we might be. I fought to protect these historic treasures that enrich community by recycling buildings that preserve that heritage. Not only do they give definition and character to our communities, they're a powerful boost to the local economy. A building that has been renovated has many more jobs because it's labor intense and is located in historically relevant space. Preserving these buildings makes communities stronger, more resilient, more energy efficient than abandoning historic locations for new construction, which is often outside of the core area. A green building is one that's been revitalized and rebuilt rather than new construction. Historic preservation helps revitalize adjacent properties. The value radiates out from the historic property. Historic preservation is a tremendous attraction for tourism. And because it is so labor intense, the historic tax credit has created nearly 3 million jobs since its creation 40 years ago, and has attracted $173 billion in private capital. That means each dollar for credit generates $4 in private investment. It's hard to think of another federal program that makes such a strong contribution to the sense of place, revitalizing local economies, promoting tourism, and encouraging other investment. We will continue fighting to preserve this important private incentive for rehabilitation and reuse of historic buildings. It is changing the face of American communities, both rural and urban, by making such an investment protecting our heritage. By celebrating our past, we promote our future in a way that's cost-effective and respectful of that heritage. I can't think of another program I've been involved with that has had such a profound effect on the livability of our communities. Historic preservation doesn't just celebrate and strengthen physical community, it speaks to the life and a spirit that is so vital. Preserving a community's past heritage is an important example for across the country for projects large and small that inspire such pride and celebrating the past while we invest in the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Hear the prayers, O Lord, of those who have seen affliction, the cries of those who find themselves in darkness without any light. For the people of Ukraine who this very day endure the precariousness of their future, the peril threatening their livelihoods, the poverty of hope, the pain of death. In all this time under siege, Ukrainian men and women have been a testimony of faith in the face of adversity, trusting in your protection, certain of your deliverance. God, now their souls are bereft of peace. They have lost the memory of happiness. We lift our prayers on behalf of those who have lost their voice. May our prayers of intercession reach your ears. Call again to their minds that your steadfast love, O Lord, never ceases. Your mercies will never come to an end. This day your mercies are new again, for great is your faithfulness. Loving God, be their portion, that they would find their hope in you. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during a rare visit to the southern border last week, President Biden expressed a dire need for congressional Republicans to, quote, show a little spine, close quote, and pass border legislation. Let's be clear. House Republicans have passed legislation. The Secure the Border Act of 2023 would require construction of the border wall to restart, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, and strengthen and streamline our existing asylum process. Lastly, and this one is critical, it would finally put a stop to the Biden administration's massive catch and release operation. More than 1 million illegal immigrants have been released into the United States on parole under President Biden, a blatant abuse of executive parole authority under the law. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, none of the president's open border policies require an act of Congress, just as reversing them won't require new legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a hero of our American Revolution, General Kazimierz Pulaski. Born in Poland in 1745, Pulaski went on to serve as a central figure in the Bar Confederation, organizing his fellow Poles to fight for their liberty against political control by the brutal Russian Empire. Though the Bar Confederation ultimately failed, Pulaski never lost his dedication to the fight for liberty. Unable to return to Poland, he came to the aid of the Continental Army in the American colonies. Benjamin Franklin wrote that General Pulaski was, quote, famous throughout Europe for his bravery in the defense of the liberties of his country. Pulaski became the father of the American cavalry, bringing his equestrian skills to our fight for independence. And though he died heroically, leading a charge during the Siege of Savannah, he continues to inspire us to this day. Each year, America honors during this week of this month of March, the first Monday in March, as Kazimierz Pulaski Day. I join my fellow Polish Americans in celebrating the life of General Kazimierz Pulaski, a true champion of freedom and liberty for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor a remarkable American hero, Major Frank T. Brandon, on his 104th birthday yesterday. From New York to Virginia, Major Brandon's legacy is woven into the fabric of our nation through his service in the Army Air Corps during World War II and his 54 years of serving our country. During World War II, as a member of the Army Air Corps, he showcased extraordinary heroism as a glider pilot in the treacherous skies of Operation Market Garden fought in German-occupied Netherlands. After his aircraft was shot down and captured by enemy forces, Major Brandon endured captivity until the tide of liberation turned with General Patton's forces. After the war, he continued to serve in the U.S. Air Force, which used to be the U.S. Army Air Corps, until June 1966. He retired with the rank of Major. His strengths and inspiration did not go unrecognized. He has received many awards and accolades for his years of meritorious service, including the Purple Heart, Bronze Star, POW Award, Air Award, and personal recognition from President George Bush and President Bill Clinton, as well as a citation from Secretary Dick Cheney in commemoration of his 50 years of government service. He now resides in Bentonville, Virginia. As we celebrate his remarkable century plus 4, we salute Major Brandon not only for his wartime sacrifices, but also for his lifelong service to our Commonwealth and country. Happy birthday, Major Brandon. On behalf of Virginia 6th, I extend our deepest gratitude and best wishes.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? South Carolina. The gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Whoever it is, thank you. Hey, Madam Speaker, I ask your consent to address the House to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the State of the Union speech tomorrow, Biden will blame others for the border crisis, which Biden alone created. Since Biden has taken office, nearly 10 million illegal aliens have crossed the borders, including over 20,000 military-aged men from dictatorships in just the last 5 months. Yesterday, Elon Musk shocked America, exposing Biden secretly flew 320,000 unvetted aliens into the U.S. Musk warned, quote, "The groundwork is being laid for something far worse than 9/11. This administration is both importing voters and creating a national security threat. That is why groups fight to stop voter ID requirements." End of quotes. When America is attacked, voter ID should be mandatory for fair elections. Safety of American families is endangered by Biden's quest for more voters. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce the existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks in America are imminent, as warned by the FBI.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Would you revise and extend my remarks?
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 12 young athletes from across the 7th District of Wisconsin who brought home 2024 individual state wrestling championship titles. Liam Neitzel, Owen Wasley, Colton Hush, Gage LaSavage, Wyatt Ingham, Ian Smith, Coy Hopke, Wyatt Unser, Dawson Johnson, Matthew Roach, Ava Gardner, and Madison Burns left it all on the mat to bring home state championship titles. A special shout out to Dawson Johnson of Cumberland High School and Coy Hopke of Amory High School on becoming 4-time state champions, being only 2 of 29 ever to do this in Wisconsin. Again, congratulations to all of these athletes. And Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1052 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 64, House Resolution 1052. Resolve that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 2799, to make reforms to the capital markets of the United States and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7511, to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
Debate only. I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour, and without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 1052, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation. The rule provides for H.R. 2799, the Expanding Access to Capital Act, to be considered under a structured rule. It provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule also provides for H.R. 7511, the Lake and Riley Act. H.R. 7511 would be considered under a closed rule, and it also provides 1 hour of debate. Equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and support of the underlying pieces of legislation. Beginning with H.R. 2799, the Expanding Access to Capital Act. Madam Speaker, as a member of the Financial Services Committee, I am glad to see this important legislation before us today. I'm also glad this rule makes in order a number of amendments, including all of the bipartisan amendments that were submitted. In the last few years, we've seen fewer and fewer companies take advantage of opportunities to raise capital, largely due to burdensome compliance costs and regulatory obstacles. It's crucial that American entrepreneurs have the tools they need to grow their businesses, and that we create opportunities for individuals to invest and save for the future. This bill aims to strengthen our public markets, expand options for companies to raise capital, and empower Americans, giving them more choices to invest and grow their wealth. By cutting the red tape and creating new avenues for economic growth, we can create jobs and opportunities for American workers, business owners, and investors. We can put America back on the path to prosperity and safeguard our future. I'm proud to have one of my own bills included in this legislation, the Regulation A+ Improvement Act, included as part of this bill package. The bill would raise the capital cap for Regulation A and allow for more mid to small-sized companies to raise money from everyday investors. At a time when many Americans are feeling the effects of inflation, this legislation could not be timelier. It can help create jobs and grow the economy. Our capital markets in these United States are the cornerstone of our economy and among our greatest strengths. This bill ensures that entrepreneurs and investors can take full advantage of what our markets have to offer. Through this, we can give small businesses and investors alike all the tools that are necessary to achieve the American dream. Madam Speaker, unlike the previous bill I discussed, I'm deeply saddened to be on the floor discussing the situation at hand and angry that we find ourselves here. It's unfortunate we must have this necessary conversation, driven by the tragic events such as the senseless murder of Laken Riley. This legislation in the underlying rule is a response to the brutal murder of Laken Riley. As a college student in Georgia, her life was cut short by a suspect who is an illegal immigrant with prior arrests in both New York and Georgia before allegedly committing this crime. This bill requires the Department of Homeland Security to issue a detainer for any alien inadmissible to the United States charged with, arrested for, or convicted of burglary, theft, larceny, or shoplifting. And as ICE describes it themselves, detainers are, quote, an effective tool in keeping criminals out of local communities by allowing ICE officers to take custody of criminal non-citizens within the confines of a jail. If the alien is not in custody at the time of the detainer, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement is required to promptly take custody. Additionally, H.R. 7511 allows states to bring civil action against the federal government for failing to enforce immigration laws, including parole, detention, and visa removal sanctions that we know this administration is not enforcing. Simply put, this gives states standing in court and recourse for their constituents who are victims of the enforcement decisions or lack thereof by this administration. Decisions that have consequences like the very ones we're talking about today. The Biden administration's failure to secure our southern border has emboldened the criminal cartels, leading to increased drug trafficking, overdose deaths, human smuggling, and the influx of dangerous individuals into the country. These threats extend far beyond border states, affecting every corner of our nation. Every state is now a border state. Unfortunately, Laken's story is not unique. Speaker Johnson recently documented over 100 similar situations where American citizens have been victims of crimes committed by illegal aliens, underscoring the urgency of addressing our border security crisis. The border is no longer a matter for debate. It's a pressing issue, and it demands immediate action. We cannot simply hold hearings and discussions in Washington. We need real solutions to protect the American people. The President must take decisive action to secure our border, starting with signing this critical bill into law. I look forward to the House completing its consideration of both pieces of legislation, and I urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, we are here today to debate a rule to bring two more MAGA messaging bills to the floor. H.R. 2799, which might as well be renamed the Expanding Access to Fraud Act, is yet another Republican attempt to help Wall Street and their friends at private equity firms while undermining protections for retirees and other mom-and-pop investors. Republicans are just obsessed with helping their friends on Wall Street. It's pathological. They can't help themselves. They come to the floor and talk about helping regular people, but every single bill they pass is about helping the big oil companies, the big pharma companies, the hedge funds, the lobbyists. And today is no exception. Today, Republicans are also bringing to the floor H.R. 7511, the Laken Riley Act. Let me be clear. What happened to Laken Riley is a terrible, terrible tragedy. A 22-year-old nursing student who everyone says was a deeply compassionate person who spread joy everywhere she went. Laken had her whole life ahead of her. My own daughter is 22, and I can't even begin to imagine what this family is going through right now. My heart breaks for them, and they are in my prayers. This should have never happened, and there is no question that the person responsible for her death should go to jail for the rest of their lives. But, Madam Speaker, I have to say that I am appalled by my colleagues across the aisle who are using this horrible crime to score political points. It's really sick, to be honest. And I think they ought to be ashamed of themselves if they have any shame left. The bill that we are dealing with here today was referred to the Judiciary Committee. There was no hearing, no markup. The bill wasn't even reported out of the committee of jurisdiction. I mean, my Republican friends used to say they cared about regular order. Obviously, that's no longer the case. I mean, the members of the Judiciary Committee did not even have an opportunity to be able to refine this bill or amend this bill. They just rushed it to the floor because they wanted a quick press release. And look, let's call this out for what it is. We are here with this bill because Donald Trump demanded that MAGA extremists make the border their top issue ahead of the election. He wants Republicans to politicize the border at every turn, including politicizing this awful tragedy. He's calling the shots here, and he wants to use this as an opportunity to say that Democrats somehow support killers. What a nasty, rotten thing to do, especially after Republicans are the ones who killed a bipartisan border security deal. They killed the deal. The strongest, toughest border security bill that we have ever seen come before Congress, a bill that was negotiated by a very conservative Republican senator from Oklahoma, but rather than try to find a solution and fix the problem, Donald Trump said to them, no, I just want the issue. Do nothing. Do nothing. And now they have the nerve to come down here and lecture us. Give me a break. Now, meanwhile, Democrats are working to actually keep our country safe. Democrats want to fix our broken immigration system. Democrats want justice for victims, and we want real solutions that help make our communities safer from all criminals. Again, we try to work together with Republicans in a bipartisan way, and they have rejected our attempts every single time. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I really wish our friends across the aisle would show this same passion for the lives lost to gun violence in our country every single day. 60 people died and over 400 people were injured in Las Vegas. They were all real people, mothers, fathers, children, friends. Where was the Republican outrage then? Silence. 19 kids were shot dead in their classroom in Uvalde. Nothing from my Republican colleagues. Nothing at all. No action at all. 12 children die every day from gun violence. Where's the Republican legislation to save their lives? I mean, and if you don't want to vote for that legislation, where's the Republican willingness to allow us to bring bills to the floor to deal with the epidemic of gun violence in this country? Nothing. You know, the beauty of our job is that we are in a position where we can actually do something about these tragedies, Laken's and others. We could have worked together here to address this tragedy, just like we should work together to address the tragedy of gun violence. And unfortunately, Republicans only talk about crime and violence when it suits them, and that's all it is, talk. To claim that this bill is being brought forward because Republicans care about securing the border when they tanked one of the toughest bipartisan border bills ever is a joke. It is a joke, Madam Speaker. And let's make something abundantly clear. This bill will do nothing to solve any of the problems at the border. Not a thing. You know what this bill does? It says, let's put more people in immigration detention, including those in the U.S. under a lawful status, like dreamers and TPS recipients. But let's not allocate any more money to actually detain these people. You got to love these people. They're unbelievable. Our border security already does not have the resources they need to detain everyone the law says they should detain. And why don't they have the resources to do it? Because Republicans have voted time and time again, multiple times against providing the funding that they need. And now the other side brings a bill to the floor not to fix a problem, but to detain even more people with no new funding to do it. You can't make this stuff up. You really can't. These bills that they are bringing to the floor, these speeches that they are making about border and immigration, look at how they vote. Look at how they vote. They don't want to secure the border. They don't want to fix this issue. They want a campaign slogan for Donald Trump. That's all this is about. It's been their playbook since they took the majority last January, and it's a real shame. Again, we have the power to do something, to actually solve some of these problems. And rather than coming together in a bipartisan way, and that's what the Senate tried to do, my Republican friends in the House have rejected every single attempt to try to find common ground to bring something forward that can actually pass the House, the Senate, and be signed into law. They're not interested in solutions. They're interested in just complaining. How pathetic. With that, I reserve my time.
Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized. Gentlelady from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what's a joke? The joke is that the bill that Democrats proposed in the Senate with some Republican support was the strongest border bill in history. That's the joke. That bill would do nothing more than codify Joe Biden's broken border policies. And Republicans in the House won't codify asylum seekers crossing multiple states or multiple countries to get to the United States. Republicans in the House won't codify letting illegal aliens into our country in record numbers. We will not normalize the broken border policies that have led us here to this point today. My colleague claims that this is just a political ploy, that we are doing whatever Donald Trump wants us to do. We are doing what the American people want us to do. Donald Trump didn't make this a top issue for American voters. Joe Biden did, by failing to secure the border, by failing to protect Americans. He has failed on every measure on this front. Given the Biden administration's reluctance to issue any detainer requests, this bill, H.R. 7511, mandates that ICE issue a detainer and take custody of aliens who commit crimes. In Riley's case, the suspect was arrested in Georgia for theft, was fingerprinted at a time when ICE was made aware of his crime through NICS. Had this bill been in effect, ICE would have been required to issue a detainer for the suspect and assume custody. Or if the alien had already been released by a state or local law enforcement, they could have apprehended him. The suspect in the Riley case was not detained and was paroled, violating provisions in the existing Immigration and Nationality Act. H.R. 7511 would give states standing to sue the Biden administration on behalf of its citizens for the harm caused by their failure to enforce existing immigration law. So this is not a political ploy. This is a response to a tragedy and an attempt to prevent further tragedies. And I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, what will it take? What will it take to get Democrats to care about actual border security? How many Americans have to die of fentanyl overdoses or become victims of violent crime? What will it take? Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, the American people are sick and tired of the new status quo at our nation's borders. The crisis that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have done nothing to stop is now affecting every state, in every town, every village and city, endangering the lives of innocent American citizens. 22-year-old woman Laken Riley in Georgia was brutally murdered and taken from her family by an illegal immigrant who should have been locked up. Jose Ibarra entered the United States illegally thanks to President Biden's refusal to uphold our laws and secure our border. He was given a one-way ticket on the taxpayer's dime to New York City, a city that, thanks to Democrats in New York, has been declared a sanctuary city. Again, this is a self-made, self-imposed crisis on the American people. After being arrested in New York City for child endangerment, Jose Ibarra was released back onto the streets. Why, you might ask? Because once again, the policies of the left, New York State's disastrous bail reform laws have turned the state's justice system into a revolving door for violent offenders. Democrats in New York City, New York State, and right here in Washington, they know damn well that this is the result of their senseless policies. The Biden administration's border crisis and New York's bail reform, they've shattered lives just not in my home state of New York, but also now in the state of Georgia. How many more American lives will it take for us to close the border? How many violent crimes will it take for this administration and Democratic leaders in cities and states across this country to end their disastrous policies that are endangering the American people and threatening the sovereignty of this country? I strongly support H.R. 7511, the Laken-Riley Act, and I'm a proud co-sponsor because enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans have passed one measure after another this Congress to bring security, real security, back to our border, and real change that ensures that the federal government upholds our immigration laws. Our solutions have been greeted with a resounding opposition from the same Democrats whose policies have led to this crisis on our border, the crisis in New York City, and now a horrific tragedy in murder in Georgia. I strongly support passage of the rule today, and I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to wake up to this crisis and see the suffering of citizens and non-citizens alike have endured, and support H.R. 7511, the Laken-Riley Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have news for the gentleman from New York. Republicans now own this issue. Your inaction is one of the reasons why we are not making more progress on our border. The gentleman who just spoke was in the Rules Committee last night bragging about the fact that Republicans increased border security funding in their Homeland Security bill last year. Bragging about it. Well, Congress 101 tells us that once you pass a bill in the House, you need to send it over to the Senate for them to consider it. And the bottom line is, and maybe the gentleman has an answer to this, why is your Homeland Security appropriations bill from last year still sitting in this House? Why was it never sent to the Senate? So again, I say to my friends who are watching here today, look at their actions. Don't look at their words, look at their actions. And the gentlelady from Indiana was talking about the negotiated bipartisan compromise in the Senate as it was somehow a reflection of President Biden's priorities. Let me remind her that Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, said it was one of the toughest immigration border security bills that he's ever seen. But let me also remind her that the person who was the chief negotiator, Senator Langford of Oklahoma, is the second most conservative member of the Senate. I mean, you can't get any more conservative than him. And by the way, the man that my friends are all so afraid of, Donald Trump, has said when he endorsed Senator Langford that he's one of the toughest guys around on the border. So this is all about not coming up with a solution. They come to the floor, they complain, they point fingers, but they will not work with us on a solution. It is mind-boggling to me. And it is cynical. My friends are in charge of this place. They know that they're in charge of the House by only a small margin. They know that Democrats control the Senate by a small margin, and they know we have a Democratic president in the White House. And so the gentlelady says that this is not a ploy. Well, what else would you call it? When you bring a bill to the floor that bypasses the committee of jurisdiction, no amendments can be made in order, and you bring it to the floor and you know it's going nowhere in the Senate, and you know it will not become law. What do you call that? It's either a ploy or a total waste of time. And we spend an awful lot of time doing nothing around here. You know, yelling and screaming, but when it comes to actually solving problems, my friends don't want to do it. So my friends, because of your inaction, because of the bills that you have blocked repeatedly, including a supplemental request by President Biden for an additional $13 billion for border security, your actions have resulted in us not being able to make more progress. So my friends own this issue. You own the border security issue. You own the fentanyl issue. You own all of it. And I think the American people are seeing through all of this. The idea that you would bring a bill like this to the floor to exploit a terrible tragedy, a bill that will do nothing, a bill that you know is going nowhere, is really, really sad. Yeah, I have news for my Republican friends. If you want to get stuff done, you got to work with us. I get it. You know, you're in charge. You'll probably get more than I would like you to get. But the idea that you are in control of everything, that this is a dictatorship, it's not yet. Not yet. I know that may be something we might have to deal with down the road, but not yet. Right now, we're still a deliberative body. This is still a democracy. And if you want to get stuff done, then you got to work with us in a bipartisan way. But if this is all about show business, about press releases, then fine. Have at it. Give more speeches, more complaints. But I'm telling you, the American people are getting tired of it. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to comment on my colleagues' comments about this not going through a regular process. It's just not really correct. The House Judiciary Committee has held 7 hearings on the state of our southern border. They also held a hearing specifically on criminal aliens and the Biden administration's lax immigration enforcement in the interior of the country. In addition, Section 4 of H.R. 7511 was marked up in February. So we heard a lot from my colleague on the other side of the aisle. I will yield.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, you know, facts are important things. There have been no hearings on this bill, and there was no markup, and there was no vote to report the bill at a committee. That is a fact. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
So my colleague on the other side of the aisle says that this is on us, on Republicans, because of our inaction. But we passed H.R. 2, the actual strongest border bill that we have ever seen. We passed H.R. 2 8 months ago, maybe more. And 211 House Democrats voted no to that bill. That bill has been sitting in the Senate unmoved ever since. Senate Republicans even rejected the disastrous border bill, ultimately, that originated over there, that codified all of Joe Biden's terrible border policies. And I ask, why would this bill go nowhere? Why would we not want to hold illegal aliens accountable? Why would we not want to detain illegal aliens that commit crimes such as theft, larceny, violent crimes? Why would we not want to move this bill forward in the Senate? I hope that my colleagues in the Senate on both sides of the aisle would support this. I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady from Indiana. I would note, as a point of clarification, the legislation on the floor, there's 2 main parts. The first part that the gentleman from Massachusetts is referring to did not go through committee. He is correct. The part that dealt with the issue with respect to ICE detainers relative to, no, hold on. The part that deals with the ICE detainers relative to theft, burglary, etc. The second half of the bill that deals with standing for states to be able to get into court to challenge the administration's lawlessness with respect to parole and asylum, that part did go through committee and was, in fact, debated in that part. But again, just trying to set the record, I'm acknowledging that the first half didn't. But the first half, the part that deals with theft, burglary, so forth, so that we can have an ICE detainer placed on someone, is designed to deal with, in part, what we're dealing with in response to Laken Riley. And what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not want to talk about And what we will not hear the President of the United States tomorrow night in this room talk about is Laken Riley. My colleagues doth protest too much about a bill that is named after someone who was harmed, given the extent to which I think there's like a whole website dedicated to the bills that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle find a way to name after somebody in the wake of some emergency. The fact here is we have a young woman who is 22-year-old who was killed by someone who was released under mass parole by the policies of this administration, by this president, by this Secretary of Homeland Security, only the second secretary to be impeached in the history of our country, because he has violated his oath of the Constitution, ignored the laws, and endangered the American people. The simple fact is, the President of the United States and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the radical progressive Democrats that are trying to remake America with wide open borders, do not want to talk about Laken Riley. They do not want to talk about Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old with autism in Aberdeen, Maryland. A 17-year-old illegal alien from El Salvador was released into the country as an unaccompanied alien minor, killed Kayla Hamilton, raped and beat her to death in her home in July of 2022. I do not believe that the President of the United States or my Democratic colleagues want to talk about Kayla Hamilton. I don't believe that my Democratic colleagues want to talk about Aiden Clark, a 10-year-old boy in Ohio, killed by a 35-year-old illegal alien who struck a school bus full of kids. I don't think they want to talk about the 2-year-old in Montgomery County, Maryland, who was killed by somebody from Venezuela who was similarly released under mass parole under the policies of this administration, under this president, under this Secretary of Homeland Security. They don't want to talk about that 2-year-old. They don't want to talk about the adolescent girl raped by a Honduran who was released into the United States again under these policies in Louisiana. The simple fact of the matter is that's not what my colleagues want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the young Texas girl who's a cheerleader who was found dead, murdered in the bathtub by her mom when her mom was expecting to see her at a cheerleading event subsequent to that. They don't want to talk about that, and the President of the United States most assuredly will not talk about those Americans tomorrow night in this room. He won't. He will try to hide behind Senate bill. He'll try to hide behind a Senate bill that would have had no chance of passage. They knew it wouldn't pass. He will hide behind a bill that would have codified the mass releases that are endangering the American people, a Senate bill that would have not fixed the parole policies that resulted in the death of Laken Riley. These are all facts that we know to be true, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to hide behind the Senate bill because they know that their policies are indefensible. This legislation is one step in order to honor the memory of Laken Riley, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this place is no longer a serious place. My friends are turning the House of Representatives into a debate club. None of this is serious. The gentleman comes up and tries to claim that there was regular order here, that the Committee of Jurisdiction actually did its job because half of the bill maybe was the subject of a hearing previously. I mean, now we're coming. My Republican friends are coming to the floor praising half regular order. I don't know. When I was in grade school, that's 50% is a failing grade. My friends are failing on regular order. If you were serious about this, you would understand, and you want to get something passed, you would conduct yourselves in a different manner and actually have regular order and invite Democrats to be able to offer ideas and try to work things out to see whether you can have a bill that actually had a chance of going anywhere in the Senate or being signed into law. But that's not what it's about. The gentleman comes here and starts reading the names of victims. I could sit here and read the names of the 21 victims in Uvalde who were murdered by a man with a gun. I mean, I could go right down the list and start naming, all the children that were killed, all the mothers and fathers that were killed. The real challenge for this institution is to actually try to come together in a bipartisan way and solve problems and do something. I don't know how my friends could go home and claim that they're doing anything and be able to point to nothing that ever makes it past the finish line. I mean, we are in a divided government. I wish we weren't. I wish Democrats were in control of the House, the Senate, and the White House all at once. We get a lot more done. When we actually get some stuff done. But that's not the reality. And so we have to deal with the reality. And the reality is if you want to get anything done, you have to work in a bipartisan way. And you have to respect at least some semblance of regular order. That this bill had to be rushed to the floor with not a single hearing, with no markup, no amendments, no nothing. The Committee of Jurisdiction never even had a chance to report it out. Oh, it's awful. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Since the wrongly decided Dobbs decision, every state across America has taken action on abortion in some way. Unfortunately, many Republican-led states, chaired on by Republican members in this chamber, have passed laws to either ban some or all abortion care. Republicans have made it crystal clear that banning abortion nationwide is their goal. And if trying to ban abortion care is not dangerous enough, extreme Republicans are now doubling down on their attacks on women's reproductive freedom by supporting a bill to ban IVF nationwide. And that would criminalize reproductive health care. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And, Mr. Speaker,
without objection,
to discuss our proposal, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my guest for the State of the Union tomorrow will be Ms. Annette Watts of Warren, Ohio, the mother of Brittany Watts. Last year, Brittany Watts dealt with a common medical problem. She had a miscarriage. Instead of receiving care, she was charged with a crime. Mr. Speaker, this is because of the cynical, sinister, violent, vicious, blatant, barbaric, callous, and cruel agenda to deny women their rights. Their right to IVF, to contraception, to miscarriage care, and yes, the right to an abortion. 1 in 3 women live in states that have passed abortion bans and now face health issues far more dangerous than the procedure itself, like maternal sepsis. And Black women, like Brittany, are on the front line. We are more likely to miscarry, more likely to need an abortion, more likely to die during pregnancy, and yes, more likely to be targeted. It is time to restore rights rather than restrict them. We must pass the Women's Health Protection Act because everyone deserves access to reproductive care. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so we can bring up this important legislation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to submit for the record an article dated October 28th, 2022 in Fortune magazine by the Associated Press. Fentanyl and related drugs are killing more people than guns and cars combined. Many victims don't even realize they're taking it.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, even in 2021, there were double the amount of overdose deaths than firearm deaths in the United States. And the dramatic increase in overdose deaths, particularly due to fentanyl, are a direct result of Joe Biden's broken border policies. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in 2021, U.S. citizens made up 86% of convicted fentanyl drug traffickers, 10 times greater than convictions of illegal immigrants for the same offense. And over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points or interior vehicle checkpoints, not on illegal migration routes. So U.S. citizens who are subject to less scrutiny when crossing legally are the best smugglers. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Cato Institute entitled "Fentanyl is Smuggled for U.S. Citizens by U.S. Citizens, Not Asylum Seekers."
Without objection.
But I'll say, Mr. Speaker, to my friend from Indiana, my Republican friends now own this issue. You had a chance to do something, and you chose to not do anything. You chose to follow the orders of Donald Trump. Let me read to you the quote from Oklahoma's own senior senator, James Lankford. He said this on Fox News. He said, quote, "Are we as Republicans going to have press conferences and complain the border is bad and then intentionally leave it open? That's exactly what House Republicans are doing. Complain, 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 and then say, no, 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 we don't actually want to do anything about the border. We just want to complain." Yeah, again, let me read that one more time. This is Senator Lankford, the second most conservative member of the United States Senate, who said, quote, "Are we as Republicans going to have press conferences and complain that the border is bad and then intentionally leave it open? That's exactly what House Republicans are doing. Complain, 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 and then they say, no, 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 we don't actually want to do anything about the border. We just want to complain," end quote. Senator Tillis, hardly a progressive, who had been working on this deal, called out House Republicans as well. And he said, and I quote, "Don't pretend that the policy," meaning the policy they negotiated, "isn't strong. If you want to admit you're afraid to tell Trump the truth, that's fine. But for you to take a look at this framework and say it's a half measure, you're not paying attention or not telling the truth." So, Mr. Speaker, again, this is an issue. This issue now is wholly owned by my Republican friends. At every opportunity to try to do something, from rejecting President Biden's request for additional funding for the border, for border security, to telling the Senate that any border security bill is dead on arrival, that is now with you. And so my friends on the other side own this. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just have 2 words to say. H.R. 2, we passed that 8 months ago. That was the Border Security Act. The Democrats own that. 211 Democrats voted against that legislation. I would also like to note that since Joe Biden took office, we have had record numbers of crossings. 7.5 million people have crossed into the United States illegally and been paroled into the United States under Joe Biden's watch, and that has been going on for 3 years under the Biden administration. So it's not Republicans that own this issue, it is Democrats. And with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady from Indiana. My colleagues want to, as I said before, hide behind the Senate legislation to try to suggest that House Republicans are not addressing the issue. Well, everybody who's been paying attention to the issue knows that we did in fact pass legislation just under a year ago that directly address the issues that are plaguing American citizens on a daily basis. And this is a real issue. Again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to gloss over the real impact, not just on Texans, but as the folks that I met with in San Diego last week, what's happening to them and what's happening to their schools, what's happening to their jails, what's happening to their communities, the people in Texas who have spent $12.5 billion to try to deal with the border security. Now having some success, by the way, doing our part to try to hold the line in Texas. You're seeing the flow by the cartels move it to Arizona and California, which is no great thing for the country, but it's at least trying to relieve the pressure on Texas. And the number of ranches, the number of people that I deal with all the time, but also the migrants, right? We just gloss over the little girls getting sold into the sex trafficking trade. We gloss over the family in a stash house that my friend, who's a federal judge, had to throw the book at somebody who was using this mom and her daughter to hold for ransom $25,000 against somebody who was here illegally in Baltimore. This is happening every day in our country. I-35 and I-10 intersect in San Antonio, which I represent, is a major thoroughfare of this trafficking of human beings. And this is all happening on the watch of the executive. My colleagues want to try to pin the failure of open borders on a Congress for failing to give what? More legislation and tools to a president who has the tools to do what is necessary to secure the border? President Biden could deal with the border right now, and everybody knows that, by enforcing the law, by enforcing existing law that requires detention, law that requires that you detain people who come to the United States who, because we are a people who want to give people some sort of chance if they are dealing with a claim for asylum, because they fear political persecution or religious persecution, they have to make that claim. But most Americans believe that we detain, adjudicate the claim, determine if it's legitimate, and do not allow our government, our executive branch, our president, to make a mockery of the laws by using parole and asylum authority to flood the American people with millions of people. And we know this to be true. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have literally no defense to the reality that millions have been released into the United States. Millions have been flooded into our communities, our schools, our hospitals. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they just kind of smugly smirk at what we have to deal with in Texas, what sheriffs have to deal with in Texas, what we have to deal with in our schools, in our communities. When we have to find the dead bodies of migrants on our ranches, because that's what happens. Is the President of the United States going to sit up there tomorrow night and talk about the dead migrants that we find on ranches in Texas? Is he going to have the nerve to do that? Or talk about the 53 migrants who died in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last year in the Texas heat? Is he going to have the nerve to do that? No, because it is his policies, his choices to ignore the law. And my Democratic colleagues want to somehow say that it is us, when we pass legislation, to try to force the president to do what is his job and his duty under the Constitution. They have the temerity to try to say it is on us, when it is in fact our Democratic colleagues who refuse to actually hold the executive branch accountable as is required under the Constitution under separation of powers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, let me say two things. First of all, yelling doesn't solve the problem. And two, nobody on this side of the aisle is glossing over this issue. I've just spent the last 30 minutes telling you how ridiculous the legislation my Republican friends are bringing to the floor is, and complaining about the fact that every chance you get to fix the problem, you choose not to. And by the way, it wasn't my words that I was quoting. It was Republican members of the Senate, impeccably conservative Senator Langford, Senator McConnell, Senator Tillis. It's your Republican colleagues. And I get it. My friend is now making it clear it's either his way or the highway. Okay, well, that's not a very good attitude to have when you're in a divided government. But anyway, if that's what it is, that's what it is. But I'll remind my Republican colleagues, they keep on bringing up their vaunted H.R. 2. And by the way, I'll say to the gentlewoman from Indiana, I think that's more than 2 words. But anyway, but H.R. 2, last week, Senator Cruz from Texas, basically had an amendment to the CR to bring up H.R. 2. Their bill, their solution. It got 32 votes. 32 votes. That's less than a third of the Senate. I don't know about you, but I think that's a pretty good indication that H.R. 2 ain't going anywhere. So it's dead. So maybe we ought to come together and figure out what we can do together. And for the life of me, I don't understand why Republicans are reluctant to do that. I mean, this is not a debate club. It's not supposed to be a debate club. This is supposed to be a place where we solve problems and pass legislation to help protect and defend this country. And instead, all we get treated to are press release bills, MAGA bills, yelling and screaming and whatever, but never a solution. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Gentleman prepared to close.
I am.
As am I.
Mr. Speaker, can I
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized to close.
How much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 8 3/4 minutes remaining.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, despite the very real domestic and global challenges facing our nation, House Republicans have chosen to waste time on sham impeachments, silly censures, and extreme policies that will never, ever, ever become law. And the 2 bills that this rule would bring to the floor, they fall into that category. This is not serious legislating by any measure. Democrats have come to the table with real solutions on the border, real solutions in immigration, and instead what we get is garbage like this. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Republicans own this issue. Their side owns this. They own the border. They own the fentanyl crisis. They own all of it because they repeatedly reject our attempts to work together. That's both on border security and nearly everything else that has been brought up in this Congress. And because of that, because Republicans absolutely refuse to work with House Democrats, the Democratic majority in the Senate or the Democratic-held White House, because House Republican leadership continues to bow down to the most fringe MAGA members of their ultra-slim majority, this body no longer functions under regular order. In fact, we don't function. This is not functioning. The last bill to become law that came through the Rules Committee was 9 months ago. Let me repeat that. The last bill to become law that came through the Rules Committee was 9 months ago. House Republican leadership has lost 6 rule votes since January of 2023. And every week, there is a legitimate question of whether Republicans even have the votes to pass their own rules and bills. I've never seen such dysfunction. I've never seen such incompetence. House Democrats have rescued this failing House Republican majority at nearly every turn. Last year, House Democrats assured that the U.S. didn't default on its debt. That was a big deal, because if we didn't help, we would have defaulted on our debt. House Democrats have kept the government running, despite GOP leadership wasting time pursuing unrealistic, draconian spending cuts. It has been our votes that have kept the lights on since September. We believe in governing. We believe that shutting the government down is a bad, terrible, awful idea. And House Democrats have advocated time and time again for viable solutions that tackle the important issues the Americans most care about. But, and here's the sad thing, but Republicans would rather play partisan politics, like politicizing this horrific crime, than do anything to actually keep our country safe. There is an opportunity here. The stars are aligned. Conservative Republicans are working with moderate and progressive Democrats, are working with the President of the United States to try to come to some sort of a compromise that will make a difference. And the response by the House Republicans is forget about it. My way or the highway. No, Donald Trump says we need the issue. Don't ever come up with a solution. Don't solve problems. Let's just keep the issue. Let's keep the press releases coming. Let's continue to exploit tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. Enough. Again, this is not a debate club. This is the United States House of Representatives. And all of us, Democrats and Republicans, have an obligation to do our job, to make sure we keep the government running, to make sure we are solving problems. And I plead with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, join with us, join with the conservative Republicans in the Senate. Let's do something. And instead, we've got this. How pathetic. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, no on the previous question, and with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I prepare to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
We have before us the opportunity to move legislation that could unleash growth and increase prosperity for Americans across the country in the Expanding Access to Capital Act. This bill empowers Americans with the tools they need to grow their small businesses and secure their financial futures. We need to focus on initiatives that strengthen our economy and combat inflation. However, time and time again, this administration's policies seem to hinder rather than facilitate business in America, and it defies logic. In contrast, this legislation streamlines regulations, expands opportunities for economic growth, and enables more Americans to invest in their future. And turning to the H.R. 7511, the Laken Riley Act, it aims to strengthen our immigration laws. In H.R. 7511, we mourn the death and honor the life and memory of Laken Riley and other victims of the Biden administration's open border policies, and we denounce President Biden's open border policies. We're not politicizing. This is a response to a tragedy and in hope that we would prevent a similar tragedy moving forward. No family should have to endure what Lakin's family has experienced. We owe it to Lakin's parents and parents nationwide to ensure something like this never happens again. This border crisis is real. It has devastating consequences. Lakin's story is sadly not unique. As the Speaker has documented, there are over 100 stories across the country just like Lakin's. I hope the House can speak with one voice on this bill and together do what the American people have been asking us to do: secure the border, institute policies that will protect Americans and American families. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like the yeas and nays, please.
The gentleman from Massachusetts requests the yeas and nays. Those in favor of a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and agree to the resolution HRES 1061, providing for the concurrence by the House in the state amendment to H.R. 4366 with an amendment.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1061. Resolution providing for the concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 4366 with an amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 20 minutes. From California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition.
Is the gentlewoman from Connecticut opposed?
No.
The gentleman from California will control the 20 minutes in opposition. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this 6-bill appropriation package. I'm glad we are here to consider full-year bills, and I want to thank everyone who participated in this process. With the odds stacked against us, House Republicans made progress in how we fund the government. We drafted the most conservative bills in history. Members submitted over 1,000 amendments. We considered House bills individually on the floor, and we avoided a massive, ominous measure. In total, we increased defense funding and made target cuts. We also maintained our legacy under my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to remove. Overall, this bill honors our commitment to our veterans, strengthens our energy security, hold agencies accountable, support our farmers and ranchers, and makes our transportation system safer. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is regrettable that I must rise in opposition to the measure before us. I'm anguished over it for one simple reason. Veterans' lives are on the line. I have the greatest respect for my colleague, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, and I know it was a difficult road to get to this point. And I also appreciate the work of our Democratic leader to try and find consensus. There are many good things in this bill, things that will benefit everyday Americans. But as ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, this bill comes at the expense of our most vulnerable veterans, and therefore I cannot support it. However, I want to be clear that I am not asking my colleagues to oppose the bill. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chairman of the Commerce, Justice, Science Subcommittee, and Dean of the House of Representatives.
For what amount of time?
I thank the
3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chair lady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the subcommittee on Commerce, Justice, Science, and related agencies, I rise in support of the Appropriations Act that we're considering today. The fiscal situation facing the nation requires Congress to make significant spending reductions while maintaining strong commitments to the safety, security, and well-being of the American people. After tough but fair bipartisan negotiations, we've produced a strong bill that prioritizes everyday Americans while right-sizing the bureaucracy. Make no mistake, Mr. Chairman, many agencies with important missions face reductions under this legislation. We believe it's important to reverse the out-of-control growth of the federal government, and that is reflected in this agreement. The CJS bill scales back spending by holding most agencies to 23 levels or lower. Agencies must refocus on their core missions and responsibilities. Despite limited resources, we maintain robust funding that prioritizes the fight against fentanyl, support for local law enforcement, and efforts to counter China by supporting innovation, space exploration, and scientific research. We do this while also utilizing the power of the purse to address the weaponization of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the overreach of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. To that end, the FBI and ATF will be receiving less money than last year. In addition, the CJS bill contains two new policy riders to protect the American people. One prohibits the Department of Justice from targeting parents who exercise their right to free speech at local school board meetings. The other prohibits the Department of Justice from investigating churches on the basis of their religious beliefs. The bill supports local law enforcement by including critical funding for burn justice grants and cops hiring grants. Ask additional 2 minutes.
You expend.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 2 minutes.
This assistance will help empower our local police departments and ensure they have the resources they need to safeguard our neighborhoods. Law enforcement plays an important role in the well-being of every American in every congressional district. Passage of this bill today sends a strong message. We have their backs. In closing, I want to thank Chairwoman Granger. She's been a trooper in tough circumstances and has done a wonderful job, and I congratulate her. I also want to thank the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Cartwright. He's been a valued partner and colleague in this effort. I also want to thank all the members of the subcommittee for their help and assistance, as well as Ranking Member DeLauro. This legislation is a product of good faith, bipartisan negotiations. It's a win for the American people. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
I rise in support of this legislation, which provides funding for domestic programs that curb the rising cost of living, that creates higher paying jobs, that confronts the climate crisis. It honors our commitments to America's veterans, and it protects women's rights. In a divided country, I am pleased that Democrats and Republicans in the House and in the Senate united and produced this legislation to make government work for the people. Democrats are doing what we always do: put people over politics, follow the law, and reach a bipartisan compromise to grow the middle class and to deliver for the American people. This bill includes $1 billion to fully fund the Women, Infants, and Children program. It prevents 5 million people from losing their housing. It increases our investments in our infrastructure and creates jobs. It restores funding for rail and transit systems. These funding bills, the product of bipartisan negotiations, help keep our communities safe and healthy. We are keeping government open, protecting the people in need, and moving our country forward. This legislation does not have everything either side may have wanted, but I am pleased that many of the extreme cuts and policies proposed by House Republicans were excluded. House Democrats rejected outright their archaic restriction on women's reproductive health care. I am proud that this bill protects the progress we previously made to reverse underinvestment in domestic programs that empower and protect middle-class families. To help Americans contending with an elevated cost of living, this bill fights inflation. It fully supports key lifelines such as food assistance, ensuring people in this great country of ours do not go hungry. I urge swift passage of this package, and I look forward to finalizing and passing the remaining 2024 funding bills in due time. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Idaho, the ranking member of the Interior and Environmental Subcommittee, Mr. Simpson, for 4 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the chairman for yielding the time. I rise in support of the Consolidated Appropriations Act for 2024. I'd like to commend Chairwoman Granger for her leadership of the Appropriations Committee and for getting the first 6 bills across the finish line. I would also like to thank the Interior Subcommittee Ranking Member Pingree for her partnership on this bill. Together, we've negotiated a reasonable compromise to avoid a government shutdown that fails to respond to our nation's needs and maintain our public lands. The Interior and Environment Division provides non-defense top-line resources totaling $38.9 billion, nearly 4% below the FY 2023 level. Cutting funding is never easy, but with the national debt in excess of $34 trillion, we make tough choices in this bill to rein in federal spending. Last Congress alone, $3 trillion was spent outside the normal appropriation process. That's $3 trillion additional dollars. As I have said repeatedly, simply holding funding flat is not enough. We must curb out-of-control spending and get our budget back on track, and I'm pleased that this bill does that and heads us in the right direction. We reduced funding across most agencies and bureaus, and the Environmental Protection Agency is cut by nearly 10%. Despite the reduced allocation, the bill provides for an additional $34 million for health care, law enforcement, and related programs across Indian country. And for the Indian Health Services, the bill continues advanced appropriations totaling $5.2 billion. That's a program, the advanced appropriation, that was started by Ranking Member Pingree when she was chairman of this committee, and we've continued that. The bill also fully funds payment in lieu of taxes program. Let me explain that program is vitally important to public land states. Because we can't collect taxes on federal lands within those states. This is supposed to make up for the taxes that would come from those lands if they were held in private lands. So this is vitally important to public land states. It's not enough, but we fully funded it in this program. It also provides an additional $260 million to maintain wildland firefighter pay without irresponsible budget gimmicks. In terms of policy, the bill maintains long-standing legacy riders to prevent the SA listing of sage-grouse and to exempt farmers and livestock producers from burdensome greenhouse gas permitting requirements. The bill bolsters our energy independence by encouraging domestic production of critical and rare earth minerals and rejects administration proposals to increase offshore energy inspection fees and authorize onshore inspection fees. And for my constituents in Idaho, I'm especially pleased that the bill blocks the Lava Ridge Wind Project until the Interior Secretary analyzes in consultation with local officials and stakeholders. And they look at alternative plans to reduce the harmful impacts of this project. In closing, I want to thank all the members for their work on this bill. It is hard to reduce spending, but yet we've been able to do that. And I'd like to congratulate the staff on both sides of the aisle that worked very hard on this. While we were home, they were here working on this bill all night long. And I'd like to include the staff on the other side of the rotunda. These bills are hard to compromise, but we were able to get it done. It represents a fair compromise that allows us to meet the spending levels agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act and manage our public lands. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this piece of legislation. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Subcommittee, Ms. Kaptur.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this bill. The fiscal year 2024 Energy and Water Bill ushers in new horizons for jobs and progress for our region and nation. Our bill assures investments in modernized energy production, vital water infrastructure, and nuclear national security, all essential for American independence inside our borders. This bipartisan energy and water bill funds the U.S. Department of Energy, Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Reclamation, and regional commissions and authorities impacting every corner of our nation. This includes the Appalachian, Delta, Denali, Northern Border, Southeast Crescent, Southwest Border, and the Great Lakes region. U.S. energy independence in perpetuity is our consistent, paramount, strategic goal, and each year our nation makes significant progress toward it. This bill also assures our nation's nuclear security assets, including the nuclear navy, are modern and ready, both as a deterrent and to safeguard our national security. With Vladimir Putin's recent reckless threats about launching nuclear weapons in Europe and former President Donald Trump's appeasing reaction, this bill is needed as an affirmation of American will to protect and defend our people and assure our nation's security posture against all enemies. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill and thank our able chair, Charles Fleischmann, for his dutiful and responsible service to our nation. And yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, the chairman of the Committee on Rules and the chairman of the Transportation, Housing, Urban Development Subcommittee, Mr. Cole, 3 minutes.
Distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairwoman for yielding. I want to begin with some much-deserved thank yous. I want to thank the Speaker of this House. This deal would not have come together without his leadership and support. I particularly want to thank my chairwoman, Chair Granger, and Ranking Member DeLauro for their work and their leadership in putting a package together that can get across this floor in a bipartisan manner. And I'd be remiss not to thank my negotiating counterparts, Ranking Member Quigley and Senator Schatz and Ranking Member Hyde-Smith on the Senate side of the rotunda. They were just terrific to work with in every way. And finally, and always, we have outstanding staff. We all know what that, and this bill wouldn't be here without their hard work. Obviously, I want to focus my remarks, Mr. Speaker, very quickly on the portion of the bill that I had the most to do with, and that's the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development portion. There are 4 areas in that bill I'm especially proud of. First, members of both parties and both sides of the aisle, both sides of the rotunda, worked really hard on safety first. Safety for people that are flying, safety for people that are traveling by rail, safety for men and women on the highways. And we met the requirement there and fully funded all those agencies. Second, this is probably the most robust funding that the Federal Aeronautical Agency has ever received. We have money in there for 1,800 new traffic controllers who are desperately needed. We have additional money for technology and for infrastructure programs and simulators to make sure they get the most up-to-date training we can possibly provide for them. So that was a real accomplishment, and it marries up very nicely with the FAA reauthorization bill that I hope we pass later this Congress. Third, we maintained the safety net for people in public housing. We all know what has happened to the cost of rents and housing, and frankly, we didn't want to put anybody out of their home, and we avoided doing that. Finally, and particularly important to me personally, we have historic gains for Indian housing programs and Indian road programs in this bill. Again, none of that could have happened without the people I thanked earlier, the Speaker, particularly the chairwoman and the ranking member of the subcommittee and my negotiating partners. So I urge passage of this legislation, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be associated and very proud that it will come to and move across this floor as it should in a bipartisan fashion. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Back. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, the distinguished ranking member of the Agricultural Appropriations Subcommittee, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I support passage of this 6-bill package, including the section on agriculture, rural development, FDA, and related agencies. The Ag Bill affects the lives of every single American, rural, urban, and suburban, every single day, and ensures that Americans have access to abundant, safe, and affordable food, fiber, medicine, and medical devices. The bill takes care of our families, helps prevent hunger, fully funds SNAP, as well as WIC. The bill is free from almost all of the extreme policy riders in the previous versions, and it rejects interference with Americans' health care and reproductive freedom, as well as attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion training. It protects the Ag Secretary's authority to use the CCC, and it blocks cuts to distressed Farm Service Agency borrowers who help the farmers who feed our country. It rejects severe cuts to rural electric co-ops and the REAP program, which help rural businesses save on energy costs and help make rural energy grids more sustainable and resilient. It protects small, meat, and poultry producers and promotes industry competition to reduce the cost of food. It makes crucial investments in rural housing, rental assistance, as well as the Food Safety and Inspection Service. While the bill is not the best, it brings us closer than the earlier versions to meeting the essential needs of the American people. I want to commend President Biden, the bipartisan leadership and staff of the House and Senate Appropriations Committees, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill.
Yields back. Gentleman from California reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
Before I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, I want to thank him for his important contribution to this bill. He's been wonderful to work with and side by side, and I appreciate that very much. I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, the chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank our wonderful chair for yielding time to me, and I really appreciate your kind words. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Consolidated Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024, particularly the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill. As chairman of that subcommittee, I worked hard to ensure the bill includes many House Republican priorities. At a total of $58.2 billion, the bill advances our national security, our energy security, and our economic competitiveness in a fiscally responsible manner. To support our nuclear deterrent, the bill funds the National Nuclear Security Administration at $24.1 billion, an increase of almost $2 billion above fiscal year 2023. Specifically, the bill fully funds all major weapons and infrastructure modernization activities, including the W-93 warhead, the Nuclear Sea-Launched Cruise Missile, which is a variant of the B-61 gravity bomb, and the restart of plutonium pit production capability. On the non-defense side of the bill, I was very pleased to be able to secure increases for the funding for the Department of Energy Office of Science, including fusion energy science. This funding will enhance America's role as the global leader of scientific discovery and lay the foundation for future scientific breakthroughs. The programs funded in the Energy and Water Bill also help improve our nation's energy security. To reduce our reliance on foreign sources of critical materials, the bill provides strong support for the full spectrum of production technologies. Remaining the leader in nuclear technologies will ensure reliable energy here at home and will help allies across the globe. The bill sustains the Department of Energy's nuclear energy base program and also redirects previously appropriated funds to higher priorities. Specifically, $2.8 billion to develop a domestic capability for producing low-enriched uranium, including high-assay low-enriched uranium that will be necessary for upcoming advanced reactors, and $910 million to support advanced modular reactor design and deployment activities. There are many other important provisions in this energy and water bill, but before my time is up, I want to congratulate Chairwoman Granger on bringing together this appropriation package. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of our colleagues across the aisle, especially my ranking member, Ms. Kaptur, and our colleagues across the Capitol. Finally, I'd like to thank the staff for all their hard work throughout this past year. Our majority staff, Angie, Perry, Nora, Richie, Scott, Angelina, and Janet. In my personal office, Daniel and Ian. And on the minority side, Scott, Jocelyn, and Adam. This is a strong bill for America. With many House Republican priorities, I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. As the MilCon VA Subcommittee ranking member, I support this minibus not only because we blocked nearly all poison pill policy riders, but it includes major Democratic priorities. We restored military construction funding to $2 billion above the budget request, dedicated resiliency and PFAS remediation funding, and boosted DoD housing oversight. We held strong on our commitment to veterans by providing $121 billion for VA medical care, increased and protected funding for gender-specific care for women, and blocked Republican attempts to further restrict women's abortion access and counseling. I'm so pleased my friend Chairman Carter and I joined forces to end harmful VA research on dogs, cats, and non-human primates within 2 years. President Biden and Congress built a minibus that lowers costs, creates jobs, funds food and housing lifelines, and fortifies America's energy independence with cutting-edge climate research. In other parts of this bill, I'm proud we fully fund Everglades restoration at the President's budget request of $415 million. President Biden has delivered time and time again for Florida's environment and Everglades restoration specifically. This funding allows restoration projects like the EAA Reservoir to continue to move forward so that we can save America's Everglades. And finally, these bills provide millions of dollars for community project funding back home. I secured more than $15 million in local projects headed towards Broward County, and communities across America will see similar assistance. In my community, that means funding to house veterans and help raise local streets in Hollywood to mitigate climate change. It means vital help for law enforcement to conduct more detailed investigations of human trafficking cases. I was able to secure support for local reef preservation, genetic disease research, water, sewer, and drainage upgrades, as well as help fix nagging local infrastructure repairs that my constituents navigate every day. For all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this minibus, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlelady from Texas, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from California. Gentlelady Texas from reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Maine, the distinguished ranking member of the Interior and Environment Appropriations Subcommittee, Ms. Pingree.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you to the gentleman for yielding the time. I, too, rise to support the fiscal year 2024 Consolidated Appropriations Act. I particularly want to thank Ranking Member DeLauro for her leadership and perseverance in working on this. And I also want to thank my chair in the committee, Chairman Simpson, who's a pleasure to work with, and I appreciate your collaboration and partnership through this process. Thank you, too, to Chairwoman Granger for your work on this, and to all of the staff who have made all the difference in us being able to put this together. As my colleague Chairman Simpson said, this wasn't necessarily an easy bill. It's never easy to make cuts to programs that I consider vital and particularly important to what we do. But I am pleased that this bill continues our investments to care for our planet, to fight the climate emergency, and meet our trust obligations to tribal nations. This bill rejects the $13 billion in devastating cuts imposed in the House Republican bill originally, and does not include more than 100 poison pill policy riders. The bill provides necessary resources to deal with the threat of wildfires in the West, and provides additional funding to continue the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act pay supplement for wildland firefighters. The bill also protects arts and humanities, maintaining the enacted funding level for the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities, supporting arts and communities across this country. And finally, this bill supports Native American families by investing in a strong and resilient Indian country, including through education and healthcare programs. These are important investments to all Americans, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, the ranking member of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Subcommittee, Mr. Cartwright.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman. I rise in support of this bill. The Commerce, Justice, and Science Division of this bill preserves solid funding for an array of important public investments. For example, the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program is level funded at $175 million. That's so important. The bill provides strong and continued level funding for NOAA climate research and NASA Earth science. But before I go on, I have some thank yous to hand out. We have incredibly hardworking staff. Bob Bonner, Shannon McCulley, Faye Cobb, Nora Fay spent countless sleepless nights working on this enormous project for this bill. And we can't leave out Chris Bigelow, Raquel Spencer, Adam Wilson, Jason Gray. These people have been indispensable in putting together this monumental piece of legislation. I'm thankful for the very hard work of Chair Kay Granger and Chairman Hal Rogers, my counterpart on Commerce, Justice, and Science. Also for the members of my subcommittee on the Democratic side, Grace Meng of New York, Dutch Rupersberger and David Trone of Maryland, Joe Morelli from New York. They've all worked hard on this, Mr. Speaker. And I'm thankful for the very, very hard work put in by Ranking Member DeLauro, and especially for our leader, Hakeem Jeffries. These people together forced the removal of nearly 70 bad policy riders covering environmental policy, immigration, women's health, culture war issues, and more, including the removal of more than a dozen harmful gun riders. This bill provides robust funding for community policing, local justice assistance grants. It rejects the GOP's proposed cut of $400 million from the FBI. The FBI, which protects us from all sorts of murder and mayhem, the elite police force of our nation, we couldn't cut it like that, and we wouldn't let it happen. This bill provides $13 million in increase for programs under the Violence Against Women Act, continued level funding for grants under the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention programs, the Stop School Violence Act, and the Victims of Child Abuse Act grants. Its level funding for correctional officers and the Bureau of Prisons is so important, and it provides a solid increase of $8 million for the DOJ Antitrust Division to help keep prices low in this country, because they'll get away from us if we don't enforce our antitrust laws. I'm also proud that we secured continued level funding for the Legal Services Corporation. In summary, the CJS Appropriations Agreement represents a solid effort to preserve these priorities, and I do urge our fellow members to support it. I yield back.
Time's expired. The gentleman from California.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague and friend from the state of Texas, Chip Roy.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from California. I would note that we've only really had now 2 people speak in opposition to the bill out of the 40 minutes that's been on the floor. And that's just the reality of what we deal with here. The fact of the matter is, all of this is a shell game. Last year, Republicans were presented with a bill that was supposed to cap spending at $1.59 trillion. Now we have legislation that will do no such thing. Republicans will go around and they'll talk about how they scored major wins, how they somehow delivered for the American people. The fact of the matter is, we did no such thing. We signed up for caps at $1.59 trillion. We could have had $1.56 trillion if we would have passed a CR this year that would have triggered the caps. Limit safe growth that we passed was $1.471 trillion, but we're not doing that. We're going to blow the lid off of caps at $1.66 trillion. That's what we're actually going to do. While my Republican colleagues are going to run around and say that they somehow delivered cuts by saying $24 billion of cuts off of a CR that not one member of this body could come down to the floor and explain. And I would take that challenge. If any member of the body can come down and explain to the American people in terms that they can understand, explain it, exactly what the cuts look like. Because what you'll get are things like, oh, we cut 7% out of the FBI. But what they won't tell you is 95% of that cut is eliminating an earmark from Richard Shelby because Richard Shelby is no longer here to defend his pet project building back in Alabama. And they're going to say, oh, look, we're cutting the Department of Justice and the FBI. But the truth of the matter is we didn't get any of the major wins that we worked all last year to get. All of these things like defunding the sanctuary cities, refusing to report criminal aliens, gone. All of these measures are not in the bill. I rise in opposition to this legislation. I hope my Republican colleagues will oppose it. We deserve to deliver for the American people the way we said we would, to cut spending and secure the border of the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California.
I reserve, Mr.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I need to shine a light on an ugly truth buried deep in Section 413 of this bill. And what is this section all about? When a veteran applies for benefits they have earned, they are screened to make sure that they are competent to use those benefits to not take advantage of. If a veteran is determined to be mentally incompetent, they are appointed a fiduciary, and by law, they are reported to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, otherwise known as the NICS list. A determination of mental income competency is typically based on a very serious mental health conditions like schizophrenia and dementia. And there are very serious reasons why a person with those conditions should not be able to purchase a firearm. It is also the case that firearms are used in 68% of veterans' death by suicide. Suicide is a serious problem among veterans, and since I have had the honor to be on the Veterans Affairs Committee, I have fought to prevent the scourge of veteran suicide. So why on earth would this Congress cede one more important safeguard against a veteran's death? I personally cannot, and that is why I cannot support this bill. Republicans have pushed this type of provision for over a decade. I know, because I fought every year against this provision. And they have done so with misinformation and fear-mongering. And Democrats have successfully fought this legislation in committee, which is why Republicans did not have the courage to bring this to the floor in the light of day and to have this body consider it through the normal process, through regular order. Instead, they crammed it into this must-pass bill, enacting policy through the back door of a spending bill. They have abandoned all of their other so-called priorities because they wanted this so badly. They wanted so badly to make sure that vulnerable veterans could access more firearms. This is wrong. Lives are on the line. Veterans' lives are on the line. And I will not agree to legislation that will cause more people's lives to be lost to gun violence. House Democrats have been working to put people over politics. But it is clear that the Republican majority is content to put politics over veterans, including prioritizing politics over veterans' lives. I ask unanimous consent that the statement of administration policy on H.R. 4366 and a statement from the Giffords organization, which both speak to the harm of this provision, be entered into the record, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
I will not rest until this rider is gone from any future appropriations bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in that effort. But for now, I must oppose this bill. There are a lot of good reasons, there are a lot of good things in this bill, and I don't ask my colleagues to join me in opposing this bill. I have a great deal of respect for my good friend, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro, and the significant amount of work that went into this. But I must follow my conscience because of my responsibilities to veterans. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
I sadly must oppose the bill, but I do not urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1061? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing till counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1052, adoption of House Resolution 1052 if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules and adopt House Resolution 1061 and House Resolution 3821, and pass H.R. 3821. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1052, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 64, House Resolution 1052, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2799 to make reforms to the capital markets of the United States and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7511 to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question and on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. waiting. The House will be in order. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question now occurs on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, to suspend the rules and adopt House Resolution 1061, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 1061, resolution providing for the concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 4366 with an amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and adopt the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. There are 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. There are 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds. On this vote, the yeas are 339, the nays are 85. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to. Objection. What we do? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3821, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 197, H.R. 3821, a bill to reauthorize the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act of 2018.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. There are 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. There are 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 413, the nays are 7. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a concurrent resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 94, concurrent resolution directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 4366.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Am I allowed to say take your conversations outside? The House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside. All right. Get in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
I have a asking. Pursuant to House Resolution 1052 and Rule 28, the chair. Reading the wrong script. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill, H.R. 2799.
Without objection. Pursuant to 1052. Pursuant to House Resolution 1052 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 2799. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 2799, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making reforms to the capital markets of the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume. 40 years ago, my father started a small business in our backyard. Growing up in Gastonia, North Carolina, being the youngest of 5 kids, my father started a small business with his friend who also had 5 kids. And it didn't change the world, and it was just a lawn mowing business. We mowed other people's grass, and that's what put 2 families through school, provided for 2 families. And eventually provided for many others as they scaled up and grew the business. And while my dad's small business didn't change the world, it certainly changed my world and our family's world. Like other entrepreneurs, though, my dad needed access to affordable capital to scale his business. And when other sources of opportunities for a little lending or capital dried up, he relied on a charge card, which we now call a credit card, to grow his business and to start employing other folks. And this story isn't unique to my family. We see this playing out across the country today. Entrepreneurs with new ideas or who are seeking to grow their businesses are struggling to access affordable credit and affordable capital. That means that they're not given the same opportunity to change their lives, their families' lives, or their community. This is a loss for all of us, a loss for American innovation. That's where investment capital and this bill come in to help more entrepreneurs realize their version of the American dream. Currently, the venture capital that fund startups are concentrated in traditional financial hubs like Silicon Valley, Boston, New York City. Those 3 cities and those 3 areas of the country account for almost 3/4 of all venture funding. Now, that's not for every business, but it's a very specific group of startups. This Congress and our committee heard compelling testimony from folks across the ideological spectrum who urged us to make it easier for them to raise money from non-traditional sources. This would allow them not only to build their funds and deploy more capital, but also share their financial success within their community. This bill, the Expanding Access to Capital Act, does just that and more by alleviating the unique fundraising challenges faced by entrepreneurs and their investors who don't live in Silicon Valley. This bill will also make improvements to our public markets and create new opportunities for everyday investors to save and build wealth and to enjoy their version of the American dream. This form of capital formation is a critical ingredient for creating long-term economic growth that has proven enduring here in the United States. And not to mention, it has traditionally been an area where a divided Washington can find consensus. A little more than a decade ago, Congress came together to pass the Jobs Act, which President Obama then signed into law. There was a Republican House, a Democrat Senate, and a Democrat in the White House who put that historic piece of legislation through the process and into law. It addressed several hurdles hindering our capital markets by right-sizing onerous regulatory barriers and providing entrepreneurs access to new levels and streams of funding. Recognizing the need to build on the success of the Jobs Act, the House Financial Services Committee embarked on a years-long mission to better understand the remaining headwinds hindering capital formation and legislate real and impactful solutions. Many of those solutions are found in this legislation we're considering today, which consists of common sense, innovative ideas to accomplish three goals. First, the bill strengthens our public markets and aims to incentivize companies to go public, undoing the troubling decline of initial public offerings here in the United States, or IPOs. That means the businesses that average everyday investors can own a piece of. And why is this important? We attract more companies to the public markets in the United States. One, everyday investors, American investors, also known as retail investors, are limited to investing in publicly traded companies. Most public companies here in the United States that are of large size and scale should be available in the public markets. More public companies here in the United States means more opportunities for the American retail investor to grow their savings. Number two, job growth. A 2021 study found that biotech startups expand their workforce by, on average, 150% in the first 3 years after undertaking an initial public offering using the Jobs Act's provisions. To make our public markets more attractive, H.R. 2799, this bill includes provisions that right-size regulatory burdens on public companies, streamlining the process of going public and allowing more companies to qualify as an emerging growth company. This is an extension of marquee provisions within the Bipartisan Jobs Act that have a proven record of success. Second, as I said earlier, this legislation supports small businesses and entrepreneurs who are the true engine of our economy and account for 99.9% of all U.S. businesses. Among other policies, this bill allows small businesses to raise more money through offerings. It also addresses limitations on small, emerging venture fund managers attempting to raise and deploy capital to startups and entrepreneurs in their communities. Third, this bill increases access to private markets and allows more Americans to participate in high-growth investment opportunities that have been traditionally reserved for the wealthy elite. Currently, these investment opportunities are reserved for those qualifying as quote-unquote accredited investors, which dictates what a person can invest in based off their wealth or income. We should all agree that wealth and income should not be a proxy for sophistication, especially if investors have expertise or experience that prepares them to invest in private offerings. This bill includes provisions to expand the accredited investor definition, allowing everyday Americans to invest where they see opportunities and where they have expertise. That means new wealth-building opportunities for American investors who have been arbitrarily sidelined for too long. Now, these private markets, that's where we've had the fastest growing businesses. The greatest wealth creation is ownership in these private markets. We want to link that up for all Americans to have that opportunity to invest in those markets where they have expertise. So let me close with this. Capital formation should not be a partisan issue. This legislation builds on the success of the Bipartisan Jobs Act and will benefit Americans in every single one of our districts, either by growing their retirement savings or through job creation and economic growth in their community. This bill is a compilation of several standalone bills introduced by numerous members of the Financial Services Committee under the great leadership of our subcommittee chair on capital markets, Ann Wagner of Missouri. There are many members that I wish to recognize, but they're too long at this time to go through all of their great work. But it is embodied in this bill before us today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here on the House floor. I'm grateful to the leadership, House Republican leadership, that have prioritized this help for small businesses and our legislative work in the Financial Services Committee. I think we can see that we all want to be unified in helping the American people achieve their dreams and the way they see fit. And for small business folks, for folks that want to start a small business, we need to make things easier for them, not harder. This bill makes it better for them and easier for them. So with that, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent that Ann Wagner, Missouri, may lead the debate on this side.
Without objection. Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 2799, a bill that would cause significant long-term harm to both small businesses trying to raise money and mom and pop investors trying to save for their retirements. A primary reason our capital markets are the envy of the world is because investors have confidence in the financial products that they're investing in. That confidence is hard-won, to be sure. It is the result of a robust disclosure regime that has been in place for decades and requires public companies to transparently and accurately tell investors about the inner workings of their businesses, their financials, and the risk involved with purchasing their shares. Investor confidence is also rooted in strong legal protections for investors and their right to have a say in the company's direction through the proxy process. And importantly, investor confidence is based on having a strong enforcer, the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, that sets clear rules of the road and keeps fraudsters out of the system. Now, while our capital markets are far from perfect, trillions of dollars are invested every year because investors are confident that they won't be ripped off. Unfortunately, the bill before us today threatens to undermine that investor confidence. First, H.R. 2799 would expand the number of companies that are able to offer securities without needing to register with the SEC or provide critical disclosures to ordinary investors. This expansion will only benefit moderate to large companies rather than the small businesses this act purports to help. By exempting more companies from public SEC registration requirements, this bill expands the size of the private securities markets, which are growing rapidly and already outnumber the public securities markets 2-to-1. Second, this bill makes it easier for financial middlemen to peddle opaque, illiquid, and high-risk private securities to retail investors who won't receive the information they need to make informed investment decisions. This isn't democratizing finance or creating investment opportunities. This is Wall Street creating another target to dump its bottom-of-the-barrel investment products into retail investors. Private securities, compared to public securities, are significantly more risky and more volatile. Less risk of what they are being sold or the financial ability to withstand them. The bottom of the barrel Private securities that will be sold to retail investors as a result of this bill are especially dangerous because they will only be offered to retail investors after private equity and venture capital funds have already passed on them. It is important to notice that 90% of startups fail, and private equity would love to dump these stocks on your constituents. Third, H.R. 2799 undermines the ability of state securities regulators to help small businesses raise capital and stop fraudsters. State securities regulators are on the front line of our capital markets, investigating complaints of investor fraud, enforcing state securities laws, educating investors about their rights, and helping small businesses to raise money to fund their goals and comply with the law. We should not preempt states by blocking these important overseers from doing their job. To summarize, H.R. 2799 is a Wall Street wish list that collectively exempts big corporations and investment funds from transparency and accountability while gutting critical legal safeguards for Main Street investors. By weakening investor protections in numerous ways, this bill would allow fraud to proliferate and retirees and other mom and pop investors to be ripped off by bad actors. This bill will ultimately harm confidence in our capital markets while doing nothing to assist the very small businesses the bill purports to help. In fact, as investors lose confidence in our markets, small businesses would see their capital costs rise, not fall. So I want to thoroughly debunk the notion that this bill somehow helps small businesses, because the truth is that it would do just the opposite. I'm very supportive of small businesses, and in fact, I have worked extensively this Congress with Chair McHenry on bipartisan ways that we can help small businesses raise capital. We have worked together to strengthen crowdfunding and to change the rules on accredited investors. There are several policy solutions that we have agreed on that represent targeted ways to increase capital formation without harming investor protection. In fact, we worked together to pass 13 bills last year that represent bipartisan, common sense reforms that support small businesses, enabling those who are knowledgeable about the risk of private securities to make informed investments while ensuring robust investor protections. Now, most of these bills also pass under suspension on the House floor. So there is a bipartisan way forward on this issue. But instead of working with Democrats to get these bipartisan bills to the president's desk, Republicans have packaged together this toxic combination of partisan bills and are focusing their time and energy here. Democrats on the Financial Services Committee voted unanimously to oppose this bill at a markup last April, and so I urge all of my colleagues to unanimously reject it on the floor today. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2799, the Expanding Access to Capital Act. As chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, I am so proud of the hard work from our members in crafting this landmark piece of legislation that supports America's Main Street businesses and retail investors. I am also grateful to leadership for affirming that this bill is a crucial priority and taking action to pass this legislation in the House today. This legislation is a culmination of 4 hearings that the Capital Markets Subcommittee has held this Congress, where we have heard powerful testimony from 19 witnesses, including founders of both private and public companies, investors of all sizes, former SEC commissioners, securities law practitioners, and even one of the authors of the IPO-related provisions of the Jobs Act. As the witnesses at each of these hearings made clear, all of the bills included in H.R. 2799 play a vital role in strengthening our public markets, improving access to capital for small businesses and entrepreneurs, and expanding investment opportunities for all Americans. For example, Representative Stiles, helping startups continue to grow Act strengthens our public markets, making them more attractive by allowing more companies to benefit from emerging growth company status. Representative Stiles' bill also extends the maximum amount of time an issuer can remain an emerging growth company, helping to right-size the regulatory burdens on newly public companies that are working to achieve their potential. This common sense provision builds on one of the most successful and impactful reforms from the Jobs Act of 2012. Representative Houchin's Regulation A+ Improvement Act improves access to capital for small businesses by increasing the amount that small companies can raise under Regulation A from $50 million to $150 million without being subject to burdensome IPO compliance requirements. In making this adjustment, Regulation A will become a more attractive pathway for small businesses to raise capital. Our committee's legislation also expands investment opportunities for all Americans by revising the accredited investor definition to include individuals receiving investment advice on a private offering from a qualified accredited investor. Amendments to H.R. 2799, including Representative Huizinga's Improving Disclosure for Investors Act, Rep. Lawler's Helping Angels Lead Our Startup Act, Rep. Lucas's Retirement Fairness for Charities and Educational Institution Act, and my Increasing Investor Opportunity Act, which gives investors greater choice and access to an asset class typically reserved for the wealthy. They're all welcome and thoughtful additions. Together, these policies ensure that our markets are working efficiently and effectively to provide companies access to the capital that they need to innovate, to grow, and to create jobs, not just on the coasts, but in America's heartland as well. H.R. 2799 offers targeted, common-sense solutions that level the playing field for Main Street investors looking to save for a new home, their child's future, or retirement. Moreover, America's IPO market has been on the decline for years due to increased regulatory and compliance costs. This package builds on the success of the Jobs Act and reins in those onerous barriers that are keeping America's innovators from seeking to enter and stay in our public markets. The thoughtfully crafted bills in H.R. 2799 will address a multitude of inefficiencies within our public and private markets and deliver sustainable and enduring growth to our economy. I want to thank Chairman McHenry for his leadership and for his tireless efforts in getting these bills to the floor, and I also want to thank the members who have bills in H.R. 2799 for their incredible work and urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is also the ranking member of the Small Business Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member for yielding. I rise in opposition to H.R. 2799. As ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, I know that small businesses are the driving force of the American economy. Access to capital is the lifeblood of our nation's small firms. It is what allows them to expand and hire more workers. A key method for small businesses to raise capital is seeking investors through our nation's capital markets. It is a method I support. But raising funds through capital markets cannot come at the expense of retail investors, employees, and independent contracts. This bill fails to strike an appropriate balance and significantly weakens investor protections while dramatically expanding the number of exempt offerings. When we created new exemptions in the Jobs Act, they were designed for smaller firms. But today, large private companies and private equity funds have misused these exemptions to create an opaque lending market that is now bigger than our public markets. The lack of transparency associated with these funds isn't beneficial for small businesses seeking financing from these funds or retail investors investing in them. Private securities offerings are generally deemed as riskier than public offerings. The lack of disclosures and transparency in this bill allows retail investors to participate in these offerings without adequately understanding the dangers, creating the potential for significant financial loss for working-class investors and retirees. President Biden has already signaled his opposition to this bill. If the majority was serious about helping small businesses raise capital through our private markets, they will pull this bill and work with us to craft a bipartisan solution that helps small businesses and protect investors. I encourage my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman from California reserve?
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my classmate and good friend and colleague, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2799, the Expanding Access to Capital Act. This common sense legislation is critical for long-term sustainable economic growth by strengthening our public markets, helping small businesses and entrepreneurs, and increasing opportunity for all investors. The Biden administration has continuously increased obligations and regulations, which in turn has increased compliance costs for public companies and businesses. H.R. 2799 will reduce compliance burdens and allow for companies and markets to thrive. This important legislation will also benefit small businesses by reducing regulatory barriers to ensure small business and entrepreneurs have access to the capital they need to support their operations and communities. I wanted to thank Chairman McHenry for including language from my legislation that expands benefits currently reserved for economic growth companies to other public companies. The ECG on-ramp has been a key tool in funding growth and will make public markets more attractive to help small insurers and level the playing field. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, the Expanding Access to Capital Act, to help strengthen public markets. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the bill. It's not a good bill. We've got some amendments that will make it slightly better, but it still won't be a good bill. All of the Democrats on the Financial Services Committee voted against this bill in committee. Now let's give a little background here. The gold standard is a public offering of securities. They then become registered securities. They can trade on an exchange. They provide disclosures to investors and audited financial statements. Now, we do have exceptions to this rule, exceptions for small offerings and exceptions where you're going to have accredited investors who have the capacity to absorb an enormous amount of risk and the capacity to evaluate the investments. Now, the definition of accredited investor was criticized by the chair of the full committee when he was here, and I'll agree, that definition should change. Right now, it's focused too much just on wealth and income. We need instead to also allow people to be accredited investors if they have the expertise to evaluate the investment and they're not putting too much of their own resources into one illiquid investment. And we need to take a look at the expertise that an investor may not have him or herself, but can acquire through truly independent advisors. The fact is that the definition of accredited investor should be improved, and that's why this House has passed and sent to the Senate bills that would improve it. And I hope the Senate will finally Take action on those bipartisan pieces of legislation. But what this bill does, it doesn't improve really the definition of accredited investor. It says you're an accredited investor if you sign a piece of paper saying, I want to be an accredited investor. Self-certification. That shreds investor protection. Now, this bill not only guts investor protection when it comes to the definition of accredited investor, it also locks in a system in which a company can say they're a private company even though they have thousands of owners. Thousands. You can have 2,000 owners, but more, because you may have a investment vehicle that has hundreds of investors of its own, and it counts as only one investor toward that 2,000. So that means that a lot of companies will never go public. That means that those investors who want investor protection and want the liquidity of being able to sell their shares on an exchange will never be able to invest. And it means that these companies will not provide the financial statements, audited financial statements, and the other disclosures that are required of public companies. It guts the concept of being a public company. And why is that so important? Because today the SEC published climate disclosures required of public companies, and today we're considering a bill that is designed to truncate the number of public companies that we have. So if you care about the economy, vote no. If you want to protect investors, vote no. If you want to protect our climate, vote no. And with that, I just want to say that this bill would open the door to investors placing their entire nest eggs in private securities with insufficient transparency, no audited financial statements, and no liquidity. Vote no.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to my friend and colleague, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2799, the Expanding Access to Capital Act. This legislation will provide greater access to funding by strengthening public markets, expanding fundraising opportunities for entrepreneurs, and increasing investment opportunities for everyday Americans. This package represents a much-needed stimulant to capital formation and will empower small businesses throughout the country. One particular provision contained in this package is my bill, the Improving Capital Allocation for Newcomers Act, otherwise known as the ICANN Act. ICANN seeks to generate more regional venture capital participation outside of Silicon Valley by raising the cap on qualifying venture capital funds from $10 million to $150 million and raising the number of permitted investors from 250 to 600. This will allow venture funds to raise more money for more individuals, enabling funds to build an investor base outside of traditional financial centers. According to the SEC's Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation report, 78% of small business owners are concerned about their ability to access capital. My bill will alleviate some of this concern by making it easier for venture capital to expand into new regions and communities. Simply put, new venture funds means new opportunities for small businesses and innovators to gain the funding they need to develop their ideas, promote good-paying jobs, and grow their companies. Mr. Speaker, an entrepreneur in Spartanburg, South Carolina should be afforded the same opportunities to grow their businesses as an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley. I'm proud to say this legislation democratizes finances and allows for more South Carolinians to support local economic ventures, providing capital outside of traditional venture capital hubs and bringing these funds from Silicon Valley to the 4th District of South Carolina. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Time is expired.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Let's be clear. This Wall Street wish list bill is going nowhere in the Senate. But we have several bipartisan bills that support small businesses and retail investors that actually have a chance of getting into law. Chair McHenry and I have worked together for several years on legislation to strengthen our capital markets, going back to the Jobs Act and our efforts on crowdfunding and legislation to support angel investors. In fact, this Congress, we worked extensively together on 13 bipartisan bills, including my bill, H.R. 2796, promoting opportunities for non-traditional capital formation act, which requires the SEC's Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation to provide educational resources and host events to promote capital raising options for underrepresented small businesses and businesses in rural areas, and to meet annually with representatives of state securities commissions. Mr. Meeks' bill, H.R. 2795, enhancing multi-class share disclosure act, which requires an issuer with a multi-class share structure to disclose certain information regarding the voting power of specified persons. Mr. Himes' bill, H.R. 2812, the Middle Market IPO Underwriting Cost Act, which requires the SEC to study the costs encountered by small and medium-sized companies when undertaking initial public offerings and certain offerings exempt from securities registration requirements. And Mr. Gottheimer's bill, H.R. 2593, the Senior Security Act, which establishes a senior investor task force within the SEC. The task force must report on topics relating to investors over the age of 65 and make recommendations for actions to address problems encountered by senior investors. Committee Democrats also supported several more Republican bills that help promote capital formation. We could have worked together to get these all included in the NDAA, but Chair McHenry knows why that didn't happen. Republicans blocked all of these bills from being added. Today, Republicans are pivoting to a completely partisan approach to the issue with this bill. This is par for the course with extreme MAGA Republicans who prefer to pander to their base instead of actually getting things done. When Republicans are done wasting their time on this extreme MAGA bill, Democrats will be ready to get to work on solutions that actually have a chance of making a difference for small businesses and retail investors. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2799. American public markets remain the go-to place for innovative companies to grow and build capital. However, the regulatory environment has steadily become more burdensome and costly, creating a real divide between market regulation now and market regulation years ago. At a time when the markets and regulatory environment were more conducive to small and mid-cap stocks, groundbreaking Wisconsin companies like Harley-Davidson and Johnson Controls and Kohler, they raised capital by going public. Through the IPOs, these upstart enterprises raised the funding necessary to expand their workforce and their operations. At the same time, families benefited from the opportunity to invest in these companies to build savings and wealth. While Americans have started new businesses at record rates since the pandemic, many still struggle to meet their own capital needs. The number of U.S. IPOs has continued to decline since the early 2000s as the costs and regulatory burdens of going and staying public remain high.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Under President Biden, SEC Chairman Gary Gensler, they proposed over 50 rules. This must be reversed, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes for this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker and members, the following organizations oppose this bill: the North American Securities Administrators Association, the Consumer Federation of America, AFL-CIO, AFSCME, the Communication Workers of America, SEIU, the Steel Workers, the Transport Workers Union of America, Americans for Financial Reform, Public Citizen, Center for American Progress, and Main Street Alliance. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steil.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the Expanding Access to Capital Act. This package will help improve our capital markets to foster innovation, growth, and job creation here in the United States. It's a win for workers, investors, and entrepreneurs. It includes 2 bills I introduced that would help smaller public companies raise money. The first, the Helping Startups Continue to Grow Act, would expand the IPO on-ramp first established in the Bipartisan Jobs Act. It allows more early-stage companies to keep their emerging growth company status for longer, and it would update the low caps currently in place. The provisions ensure more companies can benefit from the right-sized disclosures and reduced compliance costs that come with EGC status. Thanks to EGC status, these companies can focus on innovation and job creation rather than complying with a regulatory regime designed for larger and more mature firms. This is especially helpful in R&D intensive startups that often work years to develop life-saving cures or transformative technologies. This package also includes my bill to expand the availability of well-known seasoned issuers status to more small public companies. This designation allows qualified companies to use the shelf registration process, saving them time and money when they go public to the capital markets and raise capital. In the 2 decades since WICSE construct was created, it's been shown to be safe and effective. My targeted reform would reduce the cost of capital for small market companies, spurring more job creation and growth. Many of these ideas are in Chairman McHenry's package, and they have long bipartisan support and a long bipartisan track record. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle should vote to modernize our capital markets. It's good for workers, investors, and entrepreneurs seeking to invest in American innovation and build a better future. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, but may I inquire of the ranking member if she's prepared to close?
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman has no further speakers.
I reserve, then.
Okay, thank you.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Chair, in all the years in Congress, this is one of the worst examples I've ever seen of a Wall Street wish list masquerading as a lifeline for small businesses and ordinary investors. Let me be clear. This bill does nothing to help small businesses. It only helps big business avoid transparency and accountability. And that's why the Biden administration opposes this bill. This bill does nothing to help ordinary investors. It only helps make it easier for investors to be duped by conflicted middlemen into purchasing some of the riskiest securities out there. Under this bill, these middlemen will have free rein to mask critical details about investment risk and target elderly people and others with what they claim is a great investment opportunity that will help them build wealth. But in reality, it's a fraud. For example, these middlemen will be able to take the failing businesses off private equity, balance sheets, and offload them onto Main Street investors. This bill also hinders small businesses' ability to raise money by preempting state law and preventing state securities regulators from doing their job. Mr. Chair, We see this bill for what it is, a Wall Street wish list that throws Main Street investors under the bus. So I urge my colleagues to vote for Main Street, not Wall Street, by voting no on this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I just want to quickly and swiftly say that H.R. 2799 has been a wonderful collaborative effort. There are many bipartisan pieces of legislation in this bill and amendments that are also received bipartisan support out of the committee. I urge all of my colleagues to join Republicans in supporting savers, entrepreneurs, and job creators to give them the chance to achieve their American dream by voting yes on H.R. 2799, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-407, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-407. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-407. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1052, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I rise to urge the House to adopt my amendment, which would include the Helping Angels Lead Our Startups Act, otherwise known as the HALOS Act, into the underlying bill. The HALOS Act will promote access to investment capital for small companies and ensure that startups can continue to generate interest and connect with investors. It will do this by ensuring that demo days, pitch competitions, and community economic development events where there is no specific investment offering are not considered general solicitation under Reg D. In doing so, companies will be able to engage with a wider audience of investors and spread word of the products and services that they can offer to help develop a thriving and diverse economy. Small businesses are facing turbulent economic times. After surviving COVID, they are still dealing with the impacts of inflation, low confidence in the economy, and having to contend with many regulations which can stifle economic growth, prevent entrepreneurs from achieving their full potential, and frankly, prevent folks from living out their American dream. Entrepreneurs and small businesses drive the American economy. In 2019, the SBA calculated that close to 44% of our GDP was the result of small businesses. Barriers like the general compliance requirements on general solicitations can reduce opportunities for small businesses, entrepreneurs, and everyday investors as they both soak up the amount of time and resources needed, but also deter small businesses who are afraid of unintentionally violating these laws. We have seen many successes from and since the passing of the Bipartisan Jobs Act over a decade ago that helped reduce barriers to investment. The HALOS Act is a logical next step on the road of clarifying and modernizing rules that will enable startups to find the resources they need to grow and thrive. Angel investors who are defined by this bill not only play a major role in financing individual efforts to pursue their dream and start a business, but also often provide a wealth of advice and support for tens of thousands of startups. Long-term impact can be seen as companies such as Amazon, Costco, Facebook, Google, and Starbucks all initially being funded by angel investors.
by alleviating burdens on businesses, cutting red tapes, and making capital raising in our public markets easier and less costly for emerging companies, we will be helping to build a more diverse and inclusive universe of entrepreneurs and founders by expanding opportunities to underrepresented entrepreneurs and communities facing capital formation challenges. The HALOS Act will simply allow folks to get eyes on their businesses and potentially find the vital investor they need to succeed. Once again, I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense and bipartisan amendment to help our small businesses and startups. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. First, there's a gentlewoman from California, Rice.
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment, sponsored by Mr. Lawler, codifies a controversial Trump-era SEC rule that is opposed by many investor advocates. The amendment allows high-risk startups to tout their business in front of retail investors. This is currently prohibited in part because roughly 75% of VC-backed startups fail. The amendment would specifically allow angel investors and issuers to market their startup ventures to prospective investors at colleges and nonprofits, including churches. Broadly marketing your securities to the public in this fashion, known as a general solicitation, is usually prohibited for private offerings like these because the public nature of the market effectively makes the offering itself public and therefore requires registration with the SEC. At universities, churches, students, and congregants gather to learn, and they generally trust the information they receive. I don't believe these are spaces where it is appropriate to market highly risky investment opportunities. In my own district, a church was a victim of an investment scheme in which an issuer conned the church out of nearly $6 million. I previously offered an amendment during our committee's markup last year that would prevent future frauds like this from happening again. Frauds that would be further enabled by this amendment. As such, I urge my colleagues to oppose Mr. Lawler's amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The woman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I would just remind the ranking member, you need to be an accredited investor to invest. So many of the examples that she highlights are frankly null and void. Mr. Chair, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
I yield those 2 minutes to the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Wagner.
Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my friend and colleague from New York's amendment, which would add his Helping Angels Lead Our Startups or HALOS Act to H.R. 2799. Mr. Lawler's legislation is a common sense step to promote capital formation by permanently reducing certain burdens on U.S. small businesses and entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, when implementing the Jobs Act of 2012, the SEC complicated these events for many startups by classifying demo days discussions as general solicitations, blocking companies from being able to use common fundraising practices. In 2021, then SEC Chairman Clayton reformed these rules to provide relief for entrepreneurs throughout our country, and my colleague's amendment builds on this progress by adding much-needed certainty that will ensure startups can continue to access demo days without sacrificing their ability to raise capital through popular and practical regulatory pathways. Members of Congress from both sides of the aisle have recognized the need for this amendment, with the current language receiving strong bipartisan support once again from the committee. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to adopt this common sense amendment and help U.S. startups grow their ideas into thriving and successful businesses.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, what Mr. Lawler doesn't recognize is that the underlying bill makes the accredited investor definition meaningless. All you have to do is check a box and poof, able to invest. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Look, this. No, we're closing. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise again to urge the House to adopt my amendment, the Helping Angels Lead Our Startups Act, otherwise known as HALOS Act, into the underlying bill, ensuring that folks have access to capital is critical. And this amendment will help ensure that our small businesses, which are the lifeblood of our economy, have greater access to capital, and that accredited investors will be able to invest in these small startup businesses. And I urge all of my colleagues to support the amendment.
And yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. Simply put, this amendment allows failure-prone startups to market their private offerings to unaccredited investors who do not fully understand the risk involved. Colleges and churches are not the place startups should be raising money, and in general, we should not make it easier for them to push their risky private securities on unsuspecting retail investors, as this provision does. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-407. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-407, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1052, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll recognize myself for 2.5 minutes here. Mr. Speaker, for 90 years, the Securities and Exchange Commission has been tasked with 3 things: protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and finally, facilitate capital formation. The amendment before us today does all 3. First, it directs the Securities and Exchange Commission to promulgate rules with respect to electronic delivery of some required disclosures to retail investors. Second, it provides a transition period allowing an initial paper communication about the electronic delivery to be sent to existing investors. Third, during a period not to exceed 2 years, the amendment requires delivery of the annual notice in paper solely to remind investors of the ability to opt out of that and into electronic delivery at any time. And lastly, I can't emphasize this enough, this amendment provides a mechanism for investors at any time to opt out of e-delivery. And once again, you will receive paper versions of the documents. You want paper, Mr. Speaker? You get it. You want e-delivery? You can get that too. So, e-delivery is not a new and radical concept, but frankly, it's long overdue. And data supports the facts. In 2018, the Social Security Administration eliminated paper as its primary method of delivering benefit statements to individuals. So now nearly 45 million Americans who receive benefits from Social Security have created online accounts to access their information. Information is more timely and more secure. Likewise, the Federal Thrift Savings Plan, TSP, which members and staff in this chamber use, began offering statements digitally in 2003. with 5.5 million or 85% of participants currently taking advantage of this option. And finally, in 2020, the Department of Labor moved to e-delivery as a default for all of its workplace plan participants. So I want to close by addressing consumer protection. This amendment appropriately preserves the ability for investors who prefer to receive paper notices and disclosures to do just that. Like many of my colleagues, I too represent a district that encompasses rural communities. That's why it was important for today's amendment to ensure that paper will always be an option if internet access is an issue. American financial markets are some of the most sophisticated in the world, with innovation happening at every turn. Yet, for retail investors, we've decided that defaulting to an outdated mode of information sharing is in their best interest. Today's amendment was guided by a commitment to honor consumer choice while ensuring Americans receive important information. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose is the representative from
To
California
claim time
seek
in
recognition?
opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment ignores the reality that many investors, particularly seniors, do not have access to or the ability to review electronic documents, or simply do not prefer electronic delivery of financial documents. It would require investors to opt in to receive paper documents, which would effectively prevent individuals who do not have easy access to the internet from viewing important financial documents about the securities they invest in. Several major investor advocate groups strongly oppose this bill, including AARP, the North American Securities Administrators Association, Consumer Federation of America, Americans for Financial Reform, and Public Citizen, to name a few. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this terrible bill. Seeing that the gentleman from Michigan has exhausted his time and closed, I will move to my closing.
Gentlelady.
Oh, he has not.
Both sides have time remaining. Does the gentlelady reserve?
Am I closed?
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman? The gentleman is recognized from.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize my Democrat colleague, Mr. Nichols from North Carolina, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bipartisan amendment with Mr. Huizenga. I'd also like to thank my colleagues, Congressman Stile and Congressman Auchincloss, for co-sponsoring this amendment. This common sense pro-business amendment cuts unnecessary red tape and directs the SEC to make electronic delivery, or e-delivery, the default communication method for investment companies with their investors. The amendment aims to modernize the policy, with investors opting in to paper disclosures instead of opting out, while ensuring that paper will always be an option. Consumer protection is a cornerstone of this amendment, which is why it includes a 2-year transition period. Well before any switch to e-delivery begins, consumers would be given advance notice in the form of clear and readable paper disclosures about the move to digital disclosures. On top of that, consumers will be mailed reminders for 2 years that they can opt in to paper disclosures. Paper disclosures will always be an option for those who want them. This is a long overdue reform, especially when you consider that the Social Security Administration, the Federal Thrift Savings Plan, the Department of Labor, and the IRS already have advanced digital-first policies that have succeeded in providing Americans with more timely, secure, and engaging communications. This is a pro-environment amendment. Congress can save millions of trees with this legislation. With each forest we cut down to deliver a disclosure to clog up both the mailboxes and trash cans, we cause devastating impacts to our air, water, and the healthy planet future generations deserve to grow up in. Listen, folks, American financial markets are the most sophisticated in the world. While some are finding innovative ways to harness the speed and reliability of today's technology for everyday investors, the SEC's regulatory construct still uses an outdated mode of information sharing, paper. Despite the convenience and security of the internet, we're not removing paper as an option, that choice remains, but I believe it is incumbent on Congress to modernize regulations in our capital markets. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to do the right thing for consumers, the planet, and the market. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Do you reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Pardon me?
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. May I just inquire, make sure that we, since we've had some time discussion, how much time is remaining?
30 seconds remaining.
All right, thank you. Madam Speaker, virtually every federal agency, including the IRS and the Social Security, have moved to electronic delivery. Why? Because older Americans have rapidly adopted internet technology in recent years, including 96% of those between the ages of 50 and 65, of which I am, and over 3/4 of those over the age of 65. In fact, in a recent AARP study about retirement plan account holders' views on electronic versus paper accounts, 91% of the people were comfortable using the internet to log in and view financial accounts, and 94% use the internet daily. I understand the AARP has some concerns with this legislation. We've attempted to address those through the ranking member. Unfortunately, their solution is so radically to change the scope of the bill that it undercuts the entire intent of this. And as I've said before, if you want paper, you will receive paper. If you want an electronic copy, you will receive an electronic copy. It's disingenuous to say anything else. It is not true that if you don't either have internet access or if you choose to have paper, you will get it. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. The name of this amendment, Improving Disclosure for Investors, is an oxymoron. It does absolutely nothing to improve disclosure for investors. Rather, by forcing them to opt in to paper filings, it would make it more difficult, if not impossible, for many investors to see what fees they pay for their funds, brokerage accounts, and retirement savings, instead of having easy, instant access via paper copies that would need to go online to search for that information. This amendment is more appropriately called the Improving Wall Street Profits at the Expense of Retail Investors Act. I strongly urge my colleagues to protect elderly investors and to vote no on this amendment. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of the House Report 118 to 407. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-407, offered by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1052, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam Chair, I yield myself as much time as I might consume. One of the most difficult decisions a worker will ever undertake is to determine how to save for retirement. This requires an individual to forecast decades into the future, ensuring one has the ability to navigate through life, family, and economic events. For many teachers and nonprofit employees, their retirement savings are through 403B plans. However, these public servants in 403B plans are unable to benefit from the same cost-effective investment products that are available in all the other plans, including 401K plans, government 457B plans, and the Federal Thrift Savings Plan. Since the creation of 403B retirement plans back in 1958, there have been many changes to how we save for retirement. both in the law and in the overall economy. This amendment will allow 403B plans to be able to invest in collective investment trusts, or CITs, and insurance company separate accounts. CITs and insurance company separate accounts are both pooled investment vehicles sponsored and maintained by a bank or trust company or an insurance company, respectively. This measure originated in Secure 2.0 last Congress, which passed the House Ways and Means Committee unanimously. The Secure 2.0 Act that ultimately became law included the required changes to the tax code, but did not include the necessary changes to securities law. The data speaks for itself. During the past 10 years, 401k assets increased by 88%. Government 457B plans increased by 82%. But total assets in 403B plans only increased by 46%. We have for too long limited the investment options made available to public servants, and this bill will allow for much needed consistency across the retirement plans. This measure received broad bipartisan support in the Financial Services Committee, and I'd like to thank Congressman Gottheimer of New Jersey and Congressman Foster of Illinois for joining me on this amendment. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose? Does any member wish to seek time in opposition? For what purpose is the gentleman?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. The amendment sponsored by Mr. Lucas would be better titled the Retirement Hazard for Charities and Educational Institutions Amendment, because it puts the retirement savings of public interest professionals at risk. 403B retirement plan caters to teachers, school administrators, professors, nonprofit employees, and healthcare workers. These individuals dedicate their lives to the public interest. They invest in the future of our children. They ensure we get health care. These products would be the subject to regulation or oversight by the SEC. More than half, let me go back here, one moment, and restate this. Again, these individuals dedicate their lives to the public interest. They invest in the future of our children. They ensure we get the health care we need even during a global pandemic, and too often they aren't paid nearly enough to do the work they do. These are current restrictions, and there are current restrictions on how 403B plans can invest their assets. This is to ensure that these retirement accounts are generally safe investments. However, this amendment would allow 403B plans to invest in two types of risky, unregistered securities: collective investment trusts, or CITs, which is a type of pooled investment vehicle, and insurance products called variable annuities, both which are considered fairly risky products for unsophisticated investors. Mr. Chair, under this amendment, neither of these products would be subject to regulation or oversight by the SEC. More than half of all 403B plans are not covered by ERISA protections, meaning that this newly allowed risky investment activity would also escape the oversight of the Department of Labor. So while Republicans claim they are creating parity with 401 plans, this is simply untrue, because all 401 plans are in fact covered by ERISA. To create true parity, we need to restrict the sale of CITs and variable annuities to only 403B plans covered by ERISA. All in all, this amendment would carve out over $1.4 trillion of retirement funds from federal oversight. This would constitute the single largest deregulation of our capital markets in years. Ultimately, this amendment would put the hard-earned retirement savings of public interest professionals at risk. and that's why I strongly oppose it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield to the gentlelady from Missouri, Congresswoman Wagner, as much time as she may consume.
The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas's amendment. Under current law, Americans participating in 401k plans through their employer may invest their retirement accounts in collective investment trusts, CITs, and insurance company separate accounts that are exempt from the SEC's registration requirements. This exemption from SEC registration allows these products to be offered at lower costs. However, teachers, nurses, janitors, and charity workers who participate in 403B plans are currently denied access to the cost-effective investments available to private workers in 401ks. Importantly, investment options in a 403B plan are always selected by the private or public employer. As such, this amendment does not allow direct retail sales to individuals. Moreover, unregistered does not mean unregulated. It simply means that investment products available to 403B plans will not have to register with the SEC and thus will not have to provide a lengthy prospectus document to accompany the filing. This keeps costs appropriately low. The amendment preserves important protections for investors in 403Bs. Mr. Lucas's amendment is a thoughtful, balanced bill to allow employees of nonprofit charities and public educational institutions in 403B plans to have access to the same low-cost investments available to employees of for-profit companies and other employees in 401k plans. This amendment is co-led by a bipartisan fashion with support from my colleagues across the aisle, Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Foster. On top of that, the bill this amendment is based on, the Retirement Fairness for Charities and Educational Institution Act, passed out of the Financial Services Committee last year with very strong bipartisan support. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from...
To reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have no further speakers, and I will yield the balance of my time to myself to simply say I have the greatest of respect for the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, but I would note we simply disagree on this amendment. I believe it is a very effective way to provide equity amongst the various retirement accounts. And it's important that teachers and public service people have the same opportunity to grow their savings so that they too can enjoy the best possible golden years. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time by allowing unregistered financial professionals to sell unregistered products to 403B plans. This amendment would leave America's teachers, healthcare workers, and other public interest professionals vulnerable to losing their retirement funds. Neither of the two unregistered products contemplated nor the sales of these products would be subject to regulation or oversight by the SEC, which allows them to skirt investor protections and expose plan participants to greater risk of loss. Congress must do everything in its power to ensure our teachers and dedicated public servants have a comfortable retirement, but this amendment would do anything but that. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 4, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-407. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1052, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Closed-end funds are a popular tool for everyday investors who gain exposure to private markets in a safe, appropriately regulated way. Approximately 3 million Americans rely on these products to build wealth and save for retirement. Like other investment options available to Americans looking to save for retirement, send their kids to college, or plan for the future, closed-end funds must comply with the requirements of the Securities Act of 1933, the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, and the Investment Company Act of 1940. To satisfy their regulatory obligations, closed-end funds must, among other things, register with the SEC, file annual and semi-annual reports, and comply with stringent valuation and disclosure requirements. They are also subject to the broad anti-fraud provisions of the federal securities law, which provide additional protections to investors. Unfortunately, an SEC staff position prevents registered closed-end funds from investing more than 15% of their total assets in private funds. This arbitrary restriction is especially harmful to low-income and middle-class Americans who rely on appropriately regulated products like closed-end funds to access high-growth investment opportunities. In substituting their own judgment for those of financial professionals, SEC bureaucrats have taken another step towards reserving safe access to investment opportunities for wealthy, accredited investors. My amendment, which mirrors my bipartisan Increasing Investor Opportunities Act, would remove this arbitrary SEC staff position and allow investment professionals to determine which investments a closed-end fund should make. This would increase investment opportunities for millions of Americans and eliminate unnecessary barriers restricting investor access. I want to thank my Democratic friends from across the aisle, including Mr. Meeks, Mr. Scott, Mr. Nickel, for their bipartisan support of my bill, on which this amendment is based. Last year, the Financial Services Committee passed the same text that is in this amendment with strong bipartisan support. I am proud of this legislation and our committee's unwavering commitment to expanding investment opportunities for all Americans. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment would be better titled Increasing Investor Risk. Currently, closed-end funds, which are a type of mutual fund, are only allowed to invest up to 15% of their asset into private funds. This current limit of 15% gives closed-end funds some flexibility to invest in private funds, but establishes a reasonable restriction considering private funds are subject to less regulation and disclosure. This restriction also accounts for the fact that private funds invest in fledgling startups and distressed companies, which are significantly more risky than public securities, and most of their investments fail. Ms. Wagner's amendment would eliminate the restriction on closed-end fund investments into private funds, allowing them to invest up to 100% of its assets into private funds. However, the amendment provides zero safeguards to mitigate the new risk created by this blunt deregulation. Like all the rest of the capital markets related amendments before us today, this one is opposed by investor groups, consumer and investor advocates, and state regulators. For these reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I would like to recognize the gentleman from New York, my friend and colleague, Mr. Meeks, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm pleased to offer this bipartisan amendment with my friend from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, along with the support of my colleagues, Mr. Scott and Mr. Nickel. This amendment will provide opportunities for enhanced exposure to private funds through closed-end funds, investment vehicles with comprehensive protections under the 1940 Investment Act. These rules include the mandatory requirement that the fund be managed by an investment advisor who is required to conduct due diligence on a fund's investments, answer to independent directors, and to adhere to extensive disclosure and reporting requirements. This amendment also makes clear that investors should be given access to the growth opportunities provided in the private markets so long as they have proper disclosures and risk mitigation. So I'm happy to sponsor this bipartisan amendment, primarily because it also broadens opportunities and increases access for people who have been left out in the past while ensuring that robust rules of the road are followed. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman
I'm also
from...
prepared to close if the gentlelady is...
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that the closed-end funds are a very popular tool for everyday investors who gain exposure to private markets in a safe, appropriately regulated way. As I said, approximately 3 million Americans rely on these products to build wealth and save for retirement. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady has the only time remaining.
I then would yield myself the balance of the time. As I stated, the assets that private funds purchase are significantly more risky than public securities. In fact, 9 out of every 10 of their investments fail, allowing closed-end funds to invest all of their assets into private funds can be risky for America's retirement savers, who should be able to trust that these funds are safe investments for them to save for retirement. As such, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The question is on the pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in Part B of the House Report 118 to 407. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mr. Sherman of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1052, the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
In the debate on the bill in chief, the chair of the full committee correctly net worth. So we need a different definition of accredited investor, one that does not limit that status just to those who happen to be wealthy or have a high income. The bill before us here does provide that different definition, by saying you're an accredited investor, first, if you acknowledge the risks that you're taking, and second, if you're investing less than 10% of your net worth in the securities offering, so that you can afford a loss on what, after all, is a higher risk, as many people have pointed out, offering about which you get less information. The problem with the bill in chief using that 10% standard is twofold. First, it includes in your net worth your primary residence. So if you happen to have $1 million home, you could take out a $100,000 mortgage on it and invest all $100,000 in one relatively risky investment. You have literally bet your house on an investment that is of a type that is risky and where you get less information, and where the investment is illiquid. That is not good investor protection. What this amendment does is it says, yes, we're going to look at what portion of your net worth you are investing, but we're going to take a look first at your net worth excluding your primary residence, because very few people feel they can afford to lose their house. And second, that you cannot invest more than 10% of your net worth in any single offering, or more than 25% of your net worth in all these private offerings. So we look at wealth excluding your home so you don't risk losing your home. And we look at not only how much you are investing in the particular investment, but how much you are investing overall. And I want to correct one thing. This amendment limits it to 5% of your net worth, excluding your primary residence, 5% of your net worth in any one offering, and no more than 25% of your net worth, excluding your primary residence, in all such private offerings. So I urge adoption of this amendment. I think it gives us a better definition of those who can afford the risks and the risk of liquidity that comes with these private investments. And the risk of liquidity is there. You may think, well, I made an investment and it's going to pan out. But if you need the money and you can't liquidate the investment on a fair basis, it's almost as if the investment failed. So we're talking higher risk, less liquidity. We limit it under this amendment, 5% of your net worth in any one deal, 25% of your net worth in all such deals. And when we look at your net worth, we exclude your personal residence. These are not situations where you should be betting your home. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim the time in opposition, and I am indeed opposed to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, a key tenet of H.R. 2799 is to increase access to investment opportunities for everyday investors. Under the guise of investor protection, this amendment would arbitrarily limit the amount non-accredited investors can invest in a private offering to 5% of an individual's net worth. In the Expanding Access to Capital Act, the investment cap for a single private offering is set at 10% of the investor's net assets or annual income, whichever is greater. Instead of using a number just pulled out of thin air, the 10% cap in the bill is rooted in precedent. There is a 10% cap for non-accredited investors through offerings such as regulation crowdfunding and Reg A+. Why would we not go with the percentage cap that's already proven effective? Additionally, this amendment would arbitrarily cap aggregate investments across private offerings for non-accredited investors to no more than 25% of their net worth. This essentially says to everyday investors that the government knows better than you how to invest your hard-earned dollars. As I previously said, and we heard from several witnesses at committee, wealth and income should not be a proxy for sophistication. Similarly, if we want to provide more Americans the opportunity to build wealth, we cannot keep them on the sidelines. Private offerings are often the most high-growth investment opportunities, yet they are largely reserved for high net worth investors. This enshrines inequity and blatantly picks winners and losers. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are serious about equity and ownership in the American economy, they will join Republicans in providing more opportunities to everyday investors, not less. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll just respond to those comments. The underlying bill acknowledges the fact that the government put some restrictions on how much of your net worth you can put into one of these unregulated, risky, low information, illiquid investments. So to say that we have clashed with some great principle of personal freedom in my amendment because it says 5%, but that it is consistent with this same great overriding principle of personal autonomy when you back a bill that says 10%, defies logic. The second thing about this, about this amendment.
His time has expired. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. And I would just say that if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are serious about equity and ownership in the American economy, they will join Republicans in providing more opportunities to everyday investors, not less. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings of the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2799, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2799 and has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got several members that are going to have a chance to speak here tonight. Of course, ahead of tomorrow's State of the Union address, the members will share about ways the Biden administration has failed their constituents. From the border crisis to the spike in violent crime to out-of-control inflation, and also a need to protect the most vulnerable among us, the unborn. I am grateful to host tonight's special order and provide the opportunity to highlight important issues facing families in every district. I've said this for the last few years, and as I've watched, and of course it's a political metric, but have you seen an approval rating continue to decline and to decline from what we've seen from President Biden? It shows you that the American people are watching, and this is affecting their everyday lives. For the most part, and I would hope this to be the case, that most Americans aren't necessarily paying attention to a lot of what we're doing here. And I hope they're happier and better off for it, because of a lot of the stuff that we do here doesn't necessarily resonate with them. They get frustrated with a lot of what we do here. But when you see that type of reaction from the American people, it's showing that the policies from this Biden administration are directly impacting and hurting their everyday lives. They're seeing it in so many different ways, in their communities, in their families, and I'm hopeful that in my role as vice chair of the Republican Conference, I'll do my best. I'm committed to doing it and helping other members credibly communicate how this is affecting their constituents' lives. And today we use that opportunity to be able to share a little bit about what's going on and hopefully offer some solutions as well to how we can better address this and how we can counteract President Biden's so many of his failed policies. To kick things off tonight, I invite my colleague from the great state of Tennessee to address the House and offer him so much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chairman Moore, for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration took a bad situation at our southern border and turned it into a complete and utter disaster that puts Americans in danger every day. It's often said that every state is a border state, and that is very much the case as we see now. There's no way on God's green earth that he can spin this any other way. He can blame it on Trump, he can blame it on the Republicans, but for the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, dadgummit, he has been in control of this. We recently learned that in 2023, that the Biden administration flew 320,000 illegal aliens into 43 airports across the United States. Let me say that again. 320,000 illegals into 43 airports across the United States. Mr. Speaker, that's in your backyard, that's in my backyard, that's all across our great country. They pay for these flights with the American people's tax dollars. Unfortunately, this latest stunt is not nearly as surprising as it should be. Since Joe Biden took office, over 10 million illegal immigrants have crossed into the United States. And what's most troubling to me in all that, Mr. Speaker, 100,000 children are in the system somewhere. And these cartels, they are evil, and they are from the pits of hell, and it would be my desire to send them back as soon as possible. 100,000 children are somewhere in this system, possibly sold into labor, possibly victims of sex crimes, possibly victims of many other horrendous acts. There's also been 8.7 million illegal alien encounters, plus 1.7 million gotaways. Every day we are hearing about Americans who are hurt or killed at the hands of illegal immigrants. These are people who were released in the United States without being properly checked, and Americans are suffering because of it. a dear family that's very close to me and back in Knoxville. They lost their son because of this. This week, the House is voting on the Laken Riley Act, which was named after a young woman who was brutally murdered by an illegal immigrant. He had been arrested 3 times before, and yet he was still released back into the United States each time. He was a criminal in his homeland. He's a criminal up here. He should have been deported the first time, Mr. Speaker. If he had, that young girl would be alive today. The Biden administration is inviting illegal immigrants into this country with its open border policies. We've magnetized this country. We allow to be given credit cards, free health care. We put them ahead of our veterans. We put them ahead of our citizens, and that's disgusting. It's actively been, we've been fighting the border states that are trying to fix the problem. It's gone as far as filing lawsuits. They're using your tax dollars to fly immigrants into every state, including Tennessee, without telling the American people what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable. We need to close the dadgum border. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time to my fraternity brother.
And Hoke, thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. I appreciate your comments, and of course, when these become personal stories is when they become the most tragic. I now will yield time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Askin.
Well, I thank the distinguished gentleman from Utah for yielding, and I appreciate it. It's just on a small bit of housekeeping business. I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor on HRES 902. My name was added to this as a co-sponsor without my knowledge, without my consent. I knew nothing about it, and that was at 6:18 and 38 seconds yesterday, and 1 second before another member was also falsely added as a co-sponsor to this legislation. So I am going to work with the clerk's office and the majority and the minority leader to just figure out how this is happening. Apparently it's happened to some other people. So I hope this can be removed immediately and that we can prevent this from happening to anyone else. And I thank the distinguished gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to him.
The gentleman's request is granted. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman from Maryland. It's happened to me before as well. So you're welcome for being able to clear that up. I now yield time to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Mr. Speaker, first, let me thank the gentleman, Mr. Moore, for being gracious and allowing us this time. We need to see more of that between both sides of the aisle, and I thank you very much, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a great man, my father, Congressman Donald Payne Sr. Today is the 12th anniversary of his passing from colorectal cancer. And his life was filled with tremendous accomplishments. He was New Jersey's first black congressman and served as the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. He helped decide House committee representation as a member of the Democratic Steering Committee and also fought to restore democracy and human rights worldwide as a member of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. President George W. Bush made him the first two-time member of Congress, the congressional delegation to the United Nations. And he earned an A for his work to protect and strengthen the middle class. He was an outstanding congressman, mentor, and role model. But he was 10 times a better father. My heart is heavy today. As I mourn my father, I do miss him so. And with that, I yield back. And I'd like
To the gentleman from New Jersey, that was my easiest request I've had all year. I appreciate hearing the stories of your father, and my condolences, of course, and it's an honor to have shared, for you to be able to share and hear a little bit of his extraordinary life and his service. So thank you, sir. Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for this time and an opportunity to be able to share more of what we're trying to highlight this week. It's in a very important week, as is any State of the Union, and every State of the Union should be important, regardless of your party affiliation. This is a moment to hear from our president and to compare and contrast in a lot of cases, policy differences, but also highlight where areas that we do agree. I will now yield time, if he's ready, to the current gold medal standard bearer in our competition, having a Tennessee heavy day today, to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Utah, Vice Chairman Moore, for yielding and for claiming this time this evening to discuss these important issues facing our nation. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the President of the United States will appear in this chamber to deliver his annual State of the Union address, and hopefully his last. I say this because since the President has taken office, prices have risen by 17.9%, according to the Consumer Price Index. If you ask the folks I represent in Tennessee, they've gone up far more than that. Compared to just 3 years ago, Americans are spending an extra $1,019 a month, and real wages are down by more than 2% thanks to the Biden administration's economic policies. I believe the president calls it Bidenomics. Since taking the majority, House Republicans have fought tirelessly to rein in the Biden administration's reckless spending that has caused record high inflation, the highest inflation since I was just a junior in high school back in the early 1980s. A lot of left-leaning political pundits will criticize this Congress for not following in the footsteps of the last Congress, which was led entirely by Democrats that passed multiple spending monstrosities. But I'd argue that it is a job well done by Republicans to hold the line and not give in to the Democrats' insatiable desire to recklessly borrow money from future generations of Americans and spend it on projects like Green New Deal initiatives and an army of new IRS agents. These economic policies pursued by the Biden administration have made it harder than ever before for new home buyers to purchase a home. Even 1 out of 8 retirees plan to return to work in 2024, according to a recent survey. They largely cite inflation as the main reason for doing so. Mr. Speaker, Americans should not be subjected to the constant threat of rising prices wreaking havoc on their paychecks and pocketbooks. As our national deficits and debts exponentially increase due to rising interest rates, our country has no choice other than to restore fiscal common sense in Washington. That's why House Republicans are leading the way to do exactly that. Thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. Appreciate your message and your involvement as we try to use this medium to communicate with the American people. Oftentimes, a cable news interview here or there gets a lot more hits on social media, but we need to be speaking to the American people from the House floor. And this is a great opportunity to do so. I'm going to share in buckets a message that I hope that I can really drive home the point. My whole entire objective for being back here, personally, not necessarily in my role as vice chair of the conference, but my personal objective to be back here is to rein in wasteful spending and to deal with our debt and deficit crisis that we're facing. And I'll get a chance this evening to share more context for that. But before we do that, we have a much better option to hear from and to hear about with the chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee from the greatest half of the country out west with me. We get overlooked quite a bit, and I hear some scoffing going on in the chamber. But we all know that it's very important. The entire nation is reliant on the West for things that matter. Second only is important is tourism, but all the other critical things that we need. So I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentle lady and chairwoman from the great state of Washington.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you yielding, bringing us together here tonight.
We're all in anticipation of the State of the Union, and for the Republicans in the House, certainly you've outlined some priorities. We also are a party of life and celebrating life, and tonight I wanted to highlight the importance of really honoring the lives of everyone, that every life has value. Our son, Cole McMorris Rogers, was born with an extra 21st chromosome. Now, most of the world knows that as Down syndrome. And I can honestly say that seeing the world through Cole's eyes has made me a better mom, but also a better legislator. And I'm reminded every day, whenever I meet with anyone connected to the Down syndrome community, as to the full potential that is just waiting to be unleashed. And unfortunately, in the Biden administration, we've seen them leading on a pretty radical pro-abortion agenda that bolsters a culture that really fails to protect the most innocent among us. It does not affirm that every life is worth living, lives like Cole's. And that's why I'm leading alongside my Republican colleagues to champion legislation that supports women and children at every stage of their lives. That is what we are committed to. We have led on legislation this Congress, like the Preventing Maternal Deaths Authorization Act, the PREME Reauthorization Act, and the Support for Patients and Communities Reauthorization Act. And then just recently, the House passed a bill that I had worked on, the QALYs bill, that would prohibit QALYs within the federal government, and it would ensure that those with disabilities, with chronic diseases, have life-saving cures and access to prevent discrimination against these individuals when it comes to their health care. We still have work to do in our nation, all across this country, to ensure that women feel like an abortion is never their only option. And we can do that by making sure that we're providing care, hope, and support for mothers and children at every stage of their lives. Every life is worth living. Thank you. Thank you for the time tonight and leading us this week in this special order.
Thank you to the gentleman from Washington. Okay, so as members of this body know, we began this year the U.S. national debt surpassing $34 trillion. We've seen members from both sides of the aisle talk about this extensively. We've had debates on this growing national debt for decades now. And as I mentioned moments ago, it is the reason I'm back here. It is the reason that I missed my son's Little League playoffs last night, which they made it to the championship and suffered a tough loss, but they played their hearts out. The only way that I can go back home and tell my 11-year-old, hey, son, sorry for missing your Little League game here or there and the many games that I have to miss, is because I can also counter that with, I am doing everything I possibly can. I am working on making sure that your future mimics what my future looked like. And candidly, mine even is going to be in a position of very heavy debt in my major working years. But more so, we have to recognize, this will limit our next generation more than any other factor. The fact that interest alone will be the second largest budget line item in our federal outlays within a year or two is the most concerning thing that keeps me up at night. And so, yes, we will continue to talk about this. We will continue to debate this. I sit on the Ways and Means and Budget Committees, which I believe is where the vast majority of the work can be done here. Ways and Means because it covers the programs, the large government programs that get established and never voted on again. Budget because we can set the tone, we can set the stage for what we all try to coalesce around as the people's house. So this debt puts a strain on not only the country's finances, but American families' pocketbooks. And it goes particularly to what we saw with inflation. So as I entered into Congress in 2021, January 2021, just a few months after President Biden, or maybe even less than a few months, a month or two after President Biden took office, and the Senate had just switched to Democrat-controlled. So Senator Schumer took over as majority leader in the Senate. And Republicans had a very strong November, a few months prior to that, but didn't quite take over the majority. What took place there was in Congress, in Washington, what you call one-party rule. And during one-party rule, what you're allowed to do is every budget cycle, and it's a little bit of a gray area, but once a budget cycle, you can pass a bill on party line votes. You don't need the filibuster in the Senate anymore. You can bypass that, and you can go big with your legislation. Republicans and Democrats have used this over time. President Biden decided to use this for what was called the American Rescue Plan. The American Rescue Plan in its entirety was basically a $2 trillion bill that had no offset spending and was directly related to the inflationary pressures that our nation experienced after that. Inflation happens because of a monetary supply issue. With too few goods, so too much money chasing too goods. And that's what that bill was. It was a massively inflationary bill. Was it the only cause? We're coming out of COVID. We were having supply chain issues. There were all factors. But we saw 40-year high inflation. And it was just months after that congressional Democrats and President Biden, on party line votes, passed the American Rescue Plan. And it wasn't much of a rescue. We saw 17+% inflation, and that varied among different types of goods and services. But it was insane, and the American people bore the entire brunt of that. So to tame this inflation, how do you do this? The Fed goes through their process. They raise interest rates. That's a significant factor in how you would tame inflation. But the other piece, it was not coincidental. Republicans took back the control of the House of Representatives. And with that, we were able to clamp down on President Biden's massive spending initiatives, from Inflation Reduction Act to American Rescue Plan. Those were two of the largest that went fully on party line votes. And with that was all the other things that were in the works and needed to be addressed. Some even earned bipartisan support, but the $5 trillion, we're talking about over $5 trillion of new spending. And that directly goes to massive inflationary pressure. Republicans clamped all of that down. And then we went through and went through the process of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. So last June, Speaker McCarthy negotiated in a way to take a look at our appropriations process, among many other things like permitting reform and things like that were very positive out of that bill, and actually find a way to do what has not been done in my time here for sure, but probably within the last decade, when you could take a look at our appropriations process and say, look, let's continue to support defense and veterans, and let's find wasteful spending in the other 10 or so bills that go through the appropriations process. We did part of that today, where we were actually able to break that trend of maintaining parity between those two things. And that's been something that's been important to my Democratic colleagues is, all right, if we're going to support defense and veterans, you need to also make sure that you support all of these other bills. Well, we were able to break that and that parity between the two and find real wasteful spending that was going on. And hey, we came together. We came together today in an overwhelmingly positive vote to finish a portion of the appropriations process and find more wasteful spending. We're going to put that on a lower trajectory. And so not only with House Republicans being in the majority, what our plan is to clamp that massive spending proposals that you saw from President Biden his first term, and then as a secondary approach, we're going to take the normal things that we do back here, the things that are a part of our the standard of what we do need to accomplish with an annual budget, and find areas of waste. And we've been able to successfully do that. And I love being a part of that. I came back here, like I mentioned, to deal with our growing debt and our deficit, find wasteful spending, and create policies that don't do what happened in 2021 and 2022. President Biden took over with inflation at a range of less than 2%, and it climbed more rapid than anything. And we're still feeling the struggles with that. Homeowners that are trying to purchase a home are paying mortgage rates that they shouldn't have to be paying that are so incredibly high. That was the reaction to that massive inflation, and that comes directly from Washington and from bad policy. So House Republicans effectively forced President Biden to recognize and kind of put that on hold. So we did our part with respect to inflation by controlling the monetary supply. You have to raise interest rates and you have to control the monetary supply because massive government spending always leads to inflation. Every economist will agree on that, and they usually don't agree on much, but it's what our job has been this last year and change to be able to show the American people how we're being responsible on a fiscal footing. Some other ways that Republicans are working to lower costs for families and taxpayers include fighting back against President Biden's student loan agenda. The administration has attempted to circumvent the rule of law and leave hardworking Americans who didn't go to college with a $559 billion bill to cover these unpaid student loans. In December, House Republicans passed legislation that would put a stop to this reckless and unfair proposal. House Republicans have also led the charge on a pro-growth tax policy. But before I get into that, I get this question a lot when I go and do town halls back home. And I love to be able to engage on this concept of student loan. For the most part, particularly in Utah, categorically frustrated with President Biden just forgiving loans years after the fact, and that approach was deemed unconstitutional, and then he's taken another angle, and he keeps trying to do this. And when I explained to people my opinion on this, and I believe it would be strongly backed by good research and data, is that if the government is just going to forgive loans, you obviously have more of a deficit issue, because those loans have been given out in a government spending approach, knowing that some of that would ultimately come back with whatever interest is charged on those things. So if we just forgive that, there's obviously a deficit issue there. But if you forgive that, another aspect is we're creating a culture, and it's going to teach my children that there's no consequences. That's like, you'll be fine. At some point, this will be forgiven, and you don't have to necessarily plan and be productive with this. I think that resonates with most people, particularly back in my home state. But the third piece is something that I get into a lot with folks that they're not necessarily thinking of. What's the fundamental problem with what's going on with all of our entire student loan, student tuition universe? Is that their tuition costs are rising so fast that students are having a tough time getting out ahead of it. So if we as a federal government signal to those institutions, those educational institutions, hey, we know you've been raising your rates a lot, but we're also just going to start forgiving a lot of this stuff. Do you think that puts pressure on those institutions to actually keep their costs under control, to constrain what they're doing? No, they are feeling that they can actually continue to raise rates as well because people are going to be more inclined to just borrow more. Folks, that is a recipe for disaster. It's a bad cultural aspect, but it does not communicate to the institutions that are doing this. I love representing the universities that I do back in Utah, and I know my colleagues are so sick and tired of me talking about how great Utah is, and when I hide behind numbers like first in the economy and first in volunteerism and all these amazing things that we're first in, I'm getting some looks here right now, but they deep down know how amazing Utah is, and my intent on this is not just completely boastful, it's part of it, but to just highlight, universities across the state of Utah are heavily focused on ROI. And you can go and speak to their administration and hear about what they're doing. Dynamic credentialing, a dual mission program. The state legislature in Utah. So before I sound so ruthless by saying we shouldn't forgive loans, the state legislature in Utah, a very strongly conservative state legislature, has provided an opportunity for juniors and seniors in high school to have free tuition at tech centers. So they can go learn to be an EMT. They can go learn to be a welder. They can go learn to have a skill or a trait, a computer science degree, work in audio visual. And they can take that, and if they want to create a career out of it, being an apprentice, an electrician, a plumber, they have an opportunity to go and start building their career. If they take that and they start doing that work, they're actually going off to a 4-year degree where they're working at a higher paying job, keeping their tuition down. And all of our universities are focused on ROI. So it's not out of just sheer, I just don't like President Biden's tuition plan. It is not going to accomplish what it needs to accomplish. And so I just want to continue to highlight these specific economic factors that we have enough information and data to prove this is why inflation is caused. This is how you get out of it. And it's painful to get out of it. But I really do appreciate being a part of a conference in the House Republican Conference that is controlling the monetary supply, that is limiting government spending, and is signaling to the markets, we are trying to do something about this debt and deficit. We are going to use a debt ceiling opportunity to say, look, in order for us to increase the debt limit, we are going to have to make changes. And we got to actually implement some of that today, and it's been an awesome thing. So I'm happy to share all of this as much as I can. I'll continue to do so. We have the opportunity now, though, to hear from the great state of Pennsylvania. Dr. Joyce will join to share his message. Appreciate his constant involvement in making sure that we can use this opportunity and floor speeches to communicate not only to his constituents, but those that are paying attention and willing to hear us out. And we have so many things we want to be covering, and I yield so much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for holding this special order this evening. Mr. Speaker, as I travel across central and southwestern Pennsylvania, I hear from families who are struggling to afford basic necessities like gasoline and groceries. President Biden's crushing inflation has affected too many families in Pennsylvania's 13th congressional district, has affected too many families in Pennsylvania, has affected too many American families throughout this great land. Instead of saving for retirement or for their children's education, parents are forced to make difficult choices about what they can afford to buy. Recently, I spoke with a mom who told me she was often forced to choose between filling her gasoline tank or packing lunch for her son. Stories like this have become all too common thanks to the rising Biden inflation. Under President Biden, prices have risen by 17% in the past 3 years, and real wages are down 2%. This is unsustainable for American families who are left to pay the price for the reckless spending sprees of the last 3 years. In tomorrow's State of the Union address, President Biden should outline deliberate ways to cut our national debt, a deliberate responsibility to be a responsible steward of the taxpayer dollar. Inflation is a tax on each and every American. And it's time to return to fiscal responsibility. It is time to have cuts in spending in order to address our ballooning national debt. I thank the gentleman for once again holding this special order this evening, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you to the good doctor from Pennsylvania. Now to another Western state, which we've established is so important to our nation. All the factors that we provide to those East Coast elitists and everything east of the Mississippi. I welcome the gentleman from California, if he is ready, to share his message as we again this evening, in preparation for tomorrow's State of the Union, we need to come and hear from our president. We need to be here together to hear this message. Again, we will compare and contrast. We will find unity on certain things, but it is incredibly important for us as House Republicans to highlight the concerns that we have, which are many. And I yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California.
Thank you, my colleague, Mr. Moore from Utah. I appreciate your efforts to help communicate the message the American people need to see. not just tomorrow night from one side, but as best as we can, maybe looking at the other side of the issues. If you could look around the room here, you see some of the special equipment for the event is starting to be set up, extra cameras, lighting on the House floor so that it's illuminated in a way that shows up well on TV. Unfortunately, what's not illuminated well enough is the record of this White House in supporting the needs of our nation. So with the State of the Union tomorrow night, these 3+ years have been indeed chaotic. And you could even say a full-fledged crisis in the making or being made. Over the last 2 years, President Biden has made a lot of decisions and implemented a lot of policies that has ultimately led to a 17.9% rise in inflation since he took office, with the cost of rent, electricity, household goods actually becoming out of reach for many Americans. How could these things become out of reach? You know, I grow food. I'm a farmer in my real life in Northern California at home. Food has always been, for many, many decades for Americans, such a low-cost item, they don't even have to think about it. And so, why is it reverting to a situation where we're more like a third world country and food is hard to afford? Energy, driving our cars around, the whole works. Housing is becoming almost unaffordable. What has changed? Our nation is less safe than before, with rising rates of carjackings, attacks on law enforcement officers. You're not safe in your home. Right here in this town, in D.C., an example of a carjacking affecting one of our colleagues in this body, attacked in what maybe seemed like a fairly safe neighborhood. What's going on here? Our country has been weakened on the world stage as well. President Biden catered to oil oligarchs in Saudi Arabia, Iran, Venezuela, and even Russia. He hastily removed U.S. troops from Afghanistan, allowing the Taliban to take over after all those years of our side fighting for freedom in those areas and to have at least a modicum of a government that would work for people over there. And on top of it, needlessly, the lost lives of over a dozen of our soldiers on that hasty, poorly planned withdrawal. Now, one of our other allies, one of our strongest allies in the whole world, Israel, he's walking back support for that great country, that great ally. His Vice President, Kamala Harris, basically threw Israel under the bus with her comments recently. So what is this all about? What are we going to hear in the State of the Union that you could actually point to as a positive? And I hate to be negative. I hate to be like, oh, you know, partisan stuff that you can't find agreement on this or that, but it's really, really difficult with the state of things. And from what the United States was 3 years ago, even amidst that COVID mess, to what we have now. Unfortunately, the president's been chipping away even at our nation's sovereignty. And he's taken dozens of well-documented and concrete actions that have opened our borders and undermined our laws. Our laws aren't broken. Immigration isn't broken. It's the enforcement, the action of the executive branch to maintain them. That's the part that's broken. We did pass H.R. 2 early on in this session to help fortify some of those laws, to help define better what asylum means, since they're defining it in the most loose possible ways. So for the past 3 years, the Biden administration has ignored the crisis. You can't get here, Kamala Harris, hardly to go to the border at all. And when they do, it's not the part of the border that we could easily document that's been the problem. And he's directly responsible for it. So I have to ask the question, as I do occasionally, President Biden, whose side are you on with these actions you take? He canceled the Remain in Mexico program, which was working fairly well. He revoked Title 42 for health concerns. He revoked it. Stopped construction of the border wall. I had a chance to visit that most recently here down in the Tucson area on farther south. Stacks and stacks of the metal that would be used to build that fence just laying there, dated October 2020 on some of that material. And he even promised like a little over a year ago, well, maybe we'll start filling in some of the gaps. Well, been no action on that. He's reprimanded border agents making up bogus claims that the agents riding their horses with their reins were somehow whipping immigrants with that. That finally was dispelled, but not before the lie had spread all around from the administration and some of their cronies around the world. They were just trying to do their jobs, and they're being impaired by this White House in doing so. He allowed for the release of hundreds and thousands of illegal immigrants into this country with no way to track them. Actually, millions. Say that, millions. Biden's Department of Homeland Security has now admitted that 40% of catch and release migrants have disappeared, and last week it was revealed that he never once spoke to his chief of the Border Patrol about any of this. Border security isn't even a priority for this administration, though they may want to put the dressing on it here as we come down to election here soon. His Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, is leading an effort to try to ban his department from doing something politically incorrect by saying the words illegal immigrant. That's what they're focused on, not the actual immigration. That's their concern. Have to ask again, President Biden, Secretary Mayorkas, whose side are you on? Is it the American people or is it some other agenda? We can't tell. The tons of fentanyl being smuggled in our country and killing our youth. The price of fentanyl is coming down. It's so cheap now because there's such a massive supply. You know, supply and demand. It's getting cheap because it's so freely available coming across our border illegally. Deadly chemicals being trafficked to work on the illegal marijuana grows like we have so many in Northern California, just taking over the land. Not the criminal aliens who repeatedly broke the law, like the Venezuelan national who recently killed Laken Riley in broad daylight. Come on. So one more time. The president will be here tomorrow night, and that side of the room is going to be applauding everything. Our side, some good, maybe some bad. It'll be a mixed bag on this side of the room. But I have to ask the president, as you address us, remember, ask yourself, whose side are you on? I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from California, and I think you summed up every State of the Union that's ever existed quite well. There will be areas and opportunities of unity and things that we can be focused on together, and I'm hopeful that we can use this as a case to talk about the real issues that we're having and the fundamental problems, but also solutions. And we know them. We could talk energy policy, we can talk immigration policy, we can talk economic policy. I can do that all day long. And I'll wrap up here as to not is to not belabor it, but to just point out, rise above it, President Biden. Rise above